Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Live right now, President Trump on the White House lawn. I had told you earlier this morning on Kale and Company that he was proud at his expense, his gift to America, that he would be out in the White House lawn. He would hold, well, he didn't promise a news conference, but he said that he wanted to put up 2 American flags, 2 flag poles at either end of the White House. And so he has been out just moments ago with hard-hatted workers who are going to presumably put up these beautiful shining flagpoles that he felt were missing from the White House. So he's out there for the flagpole installation, and he's also taking some reporter Q&A. I know that the guys have been kind of chuckling and getting a kick out of him, these union workmen who are out there with the president, you know,
they're loving it, Dawn.
And so, can we turn that around, or do you want me to?
No, we can. So he's actually taking questions, and he just took a question about Iran and the situation out there. So let's tune in as he takes that. Here you go. And
about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you got to do something. You got to negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit, that was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night. Yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Not really. Nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late.
Jerome Powell, Fed Chair.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President.
We may meet. It's. I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
You said you just about said we may meet. Is this about Vance and we possibly going to talk about?
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. But they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific. Good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that you're...
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense.
Iran.
We've totally captured. We've totally captured the air, Brian.
Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people.
I have been. It's the human beings. I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington, mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. No, they're great people. They're smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now. And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But it's so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people.
Mr.
A building
President,
falls down. They say nobody was hurt.
More than 1 million.
Unconditional surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means.
Can you explain it for those who
don't? Very simple
words.
Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. War is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made, so I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress, and we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. You know, if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations, Mr. President. You said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who have seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
Everybody's right. Look, we got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Well, do we have anybody in here that's a member of the We've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants? If they were, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch. They'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before this did happen. They'll end up being
poor guys.
So this one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay. I'll be right behind you.
Men in hard hats who installed the flagpoles.
Now look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure, hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails, many of them. I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out, okay? We're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's watch this. Brian, go ahead. Are you okay?
I'm going to follow up on the immigration real quickly.
Yeah.
Can you comment on the impact of the Trump card?
Yeah, we have a thing called the Trump card. This has not been done before or thought of. And for $5 million, this is usually people that would either be working for companies like Apple, I think, is going to buy a lot of them, because they can't get people into the country. You know, if you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, and you have no problem. But if you go and graduate #1 in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access to getting it. You can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to
I think they have sold some, according to Lutnick.
In some cases, not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard. They got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace. They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make a deal more than, I would say Harvard wants to make a deal more than Iran wants to make a deal, and Iran wants to make a deal. But,
okay, reporters, no more questions.
I mean, a lot of things,
busy schedule for the president.
On a lot of fronts, Brian. A lot of good things are happening. And frankly, you know, it's a little bit of a, as we used to say liberal, now they say progressive. I use the word liberal. Progressive's too nice a word because they're destroying the country. They're really destroying these liberal politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on, I mean, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country, it's not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that, all these people, all the scum that was around the Oval, you know, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling him. They just go over to the auto pen and sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden, he wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has no idea what the hell, he has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week of this guy, they said, wait a minute, we just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realized they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates. Tens of thousands of cards. They used those cards to vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020. Because as everybody here knows, I won that election by a lot. But the only good thing I can say is this is a much more historic term than I think I could have had as a second term. This is a much more historic election. And now we're going to put up a beautiful flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag. And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work.
Yes.
These are real people. You're not real people. Okay.
So he loves the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. President. He loves these gentlemen behind who surround him, who are in these bright neon yellow T-shirts, work shirts, and the white hard hats. And they started at 7:30 this morning, the South Lawn, North Lawn, outside the White House. And so resurrecting these beautiful flags and magnificent poles that were tall, tapered, rust-proof, rope inside the pole, and of highest quality. That's a quote from President Trump. And so he says, hopefully they will proudly stand at both sides of the White House for many years to come. A gift from President and Mrs. Trump, from President Trump and Melania. So what's going on as we enter into day 6 now into the war between Iran and Israel? We know, as I've been reporting, 1,100 strikes by Israel against Iran. And you heard Ruthie Bloom talk yesterday about the fact that the families were gathering in the bomb, bunkers, whatever you want to call it, the bomb shelters below their homes, but the kids were, trying to play some video games or keep the kids distracted. But in this one now, today's the first day where Israelis are allowed to gather with 30 people permitted, and kind of loosening up some restrictions. Because remember, and Ruthie told us this yesterday, that in Israel, you were not allowed to go to your workplace. Shelter in place, basically. They all have a bomb shelter. What a horrible way to live. But today they're relaxing a little bit. And that would signal, I believe they're saying, that the Israeli military believes that Iran is, pretty much tattered, that the threat from Iran has diminished greatly. And so at this point, we've seen that things may be subsiding. So the other statement that I want to point out to you, and that is Iran's so-called supreme leader, the religious leader who has overall authority, even though they have an elected president who doesn't really have much power, kind of the office manager, if you will, runs the day-to-day situations. But rejecting President Trump's call for an unconditional surrender, adding to fears, I think, of a wider, broader situation in the Middle East. And so the statement is, intelligent people who know Iran, this is from the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying intelligent people who know Iran, the nation and the history of Iran, will never speak to this nation in the language of threats, because the Iranian nation cannot be surrendered. And this was in a televised statement, by the way. The Americans should know that any U.S. military intervention will undoubtedly be accompanied by irreparable damage. And so a chilling, not standing down remark that I think is adding to fears of a greater conflict in the region. But we do know, I am hopeful, and I'm glad to hear that Erdogan, Turkey's president, is involved in these talks between Iran, and because Erdogan is respected by the Iranians. So we have that going on.
I also have audio of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia commenting on the situation.
Oh, let's hear it.
You want to hear that? Here you go, Dawn.
But I've seen that you called the Ayatollah Khamenei the new Hitler of the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he wants to expand. He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened happened. I don't want to see the same events happening in the Middle East.
Does Saudi Arabia need nuclear weapons to counter Iran?
Saudi Arabia does not want to acquire any nuclear bomb. But without a doubt, if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, we will follow suit as soon as possible.
And so let us not forget in this one, this was Nora back when she was the anchor. She has been I mean, for all intents and purposes, she has been demoted by CBS News because of their dwindling ratings. But Norah O'Donnell had interviewed the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and that was back in the spring of 2018. And so this was a famous, certainly a famous interview. But we've talked about earlier this morning even the competition between the Saudis, between Iran, and that if this is a PR battle, Iran every time loses the PR battle, right? So they've been painted as this evil empire, if you will. Iran has pushed back, and they claim, hey, nothing to see here. We do not have nuclear capabilities, but we believe in nuclear energy. And by the way, they're a very oil-rich nation. Isn't it interesting that they say they want nuclear power, right? But they're right there. I mean, with so much. I mean, this is a very oil-rich, top 7 in the world, oil-rich countries. So, yeah, so they have the mountain that still stands, although Israel has done some real damage in this one and has certainly delayed any thought of a nuclear capability as far as that coming to fruition. We've talked a lot about it, so I don't want to focus on this too much, but I will say everybody broadly is saying that this has damaged their nuclear capabilities of getting to that point, and that is by at least 2 to 3 years. I'll just take you back real quick here, and this is we want to talk about the root causes. Remember in the previous administration, Kamala Harris, the vice president, talked about her Venn diagrams and her root causes. They're important, so let's remember the root of this, and going all the way back, I'll take you to the fall of 2006, when President Obama acknowledged finally, because remember it was called, oh no, nothing to see here, and then finally by September of 2006 admitted to that $1.7 billion transfer to Iran that happened earlier in 2006. And yes, it was in cash, not U.S. currency, but it was made in other people's other currencies, right? But it was cash, and that was confirmed by a Treasury spokeswoman. And then a bulk of it, remember, was in back interest. So we paid them in full, apparently, with interest. Do we have that clip that we can play really quick? And this is Obama back. We're taking you back to September of 2006 when he finally admitted it was true.
President Obama, for the first time, addressed questions about a $400 million payment to Iran at the time 4 detained Americans were released.
We announced these payments in January, many months ago. There wasn't a secret. This wasn't some nefarious deal. We do not pay ransom for hostages. We do not pay ransom. We didn't here, and we won't in the future.
As yet, the administration has refused to say if the plane ferrying the Americans from Iran to Switzerland departed before or after the currency arrived, deepening the sense Iran viewed it as ransom. The president suggested the nature of the payment, not the timing, made the story intriguing.
Maybe because it kind of feels like some spy novel or, some, crime novel, because cash was exchanged. The reason cash was exchanged is because we don't have a banking relationship with Iran.
In the fight against the Islamic State, Mr. Obama said the tide is turning.
ISIL has not had a major successful offensive operation in either Syria or Iraq in a full year.
But the president took painful note of ISIS-inspired terror attacks in Europe and at home.
As we've seen, it is still very difficult to detect and prevent lone actors or small cells of terrorists who are determined to kill the innocent and are willing to die.
Okay, so that was the Obama administration, but by September of 2006, the administration, through their Treasury spokesperson, did it finally admit that, yes, it was an initial $400 million in cash that was sent in mid-January of 2006. And that was the same day, by the way, January 17th, 2006, the same day that Tehran agreed to release 4 American prisoners. So, just a coincidence, $400 million in cash, 4 prisoners, I guess $100 million per. But then the remaining $1.3 billion with a B dollars, they say represented an estimated interest on the Iranian cash that the U.S. had held since the 1970s, and so that we were making good on our interest payment. So it was $1.7 billion. Trump has brought this up repeatedly. I just wanted to go into that little detail to, perk up your memory and refresh your memory of what was going on and how we were repeatedly lied to, or the media just was uncurious, in early 2006, but then they finally did admit to it, 9 months later. So we have that to thank. That's the root of all of this hot mess, inherited. And yes, they got to deal with it, but this is not Trump created. I know you don't need a reminder, but I just wanted to take you back. A little history always helps. All right, we got to stay on time.
Before we go to break, can I make a comment about it? So right now, as we speak, the flagpoles are going up. Instead of disappearing, Trump has decided to stand with reporters and watch the polls go up and just have a casual conversation with reporters. Like, you look at the last administration in contrast to what's going on here. It's fascinating to see. Dawn, I don't know if you want to take any of this.
Sure, just take it really quick.
Yeah, here you go.
I think it's 100 times over, Black. That's incredible. One of the most incompetent things. That's news company.
Why do they keep funding that?
I think we're not going to. In fact, a little bit of a story. We're not going to fund that anything that's out of control. First of all, it doesn't go where it's supposed to. It's supposed to go from L.A. to San Francisco. Now, because
so right now they're just talking about his comments about forest fires and sweeping the forest floors and
just riffing.
Yeah, just riffing and having imagine being one of those reporters there that is just standing there having a conversation with Trump as this thing goes up.
The only one I recognize, Jackie Heinrich. I can see her very close to Trump. Fox, one of the White House correspondents. But I don't really see any. I think you have photographers, some of them working for the White House. So I'm trying to figure out who the other correspondents that he might like, that he might. If he did not like these individuals, right, he wouldn't stand there as he's riffing as they're putting up the flag, the very beautiful flagpoles.
Very beautiful, yes.
So, getting a lot of comments, and I'm looking at their comments on this, but he's wearing the 4547, the white Make America Great Again hat. I don't have that. It looks good with the white jacket with the trademark flag pin and then the white shirt. No tie. It's cash, the White House lawn. So I don't know the one guy, that one tall guy, and if you know him on the YouTube feed, I don't know who that guy is. Kind of salt and pepper hair. I don't know who that is, but he likes him because you could tell he's engaged with him, and the guy's laughing and they're chatting. Jackie Heinrich, I don't know, she's had a back and forth with Trump. She's no Peter Doocy, but she's been anchoring a lot lately, I see. But I don't see her asking as many questions or being chummy. So that's just my little. Is she asking a question now? I'm trying to see.
Ruling yesterday, does that mean you're
No.
more empowered to send national guard to other cities as well?
So, but to your point, Dan, you make a great point. I mean, he's just riffing. He's very transparent. Actually, and so it's really hard to say that this guy is like, they call him Hitler and all these names, this and that. And he's answering every question. Every once in a while, he may tell a reporter every third day that they asked a stupid question, but he answers it. And he's...
Yeah.
I do find that fascinating.
Here's an interesting one. Take a listen.
Give you the idea to do this?
I've had it for a long time. The first time I had it, but you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. There's a big difference.
I was the hunted. Now I'm the hunter.
I love that with the media.
Going to get some rabbits. No, I just. And the press, and by the way, not just a conservative press, but this is the White House press pool, right? And most of them just very casual, smiling. It's a real behind the scenes look. As most of them, it's very pleasant, and they're exchanging pleasantries, which is nice to see. And a lot of photographers, and then you see behind his right shoulder, those are White House staffers. They have their ID cards and that sort of thing. But Dan and I love this behind-the-scenes look to see the interactions between these individuals. So if there's anything else, we will, of course, bring it to you. We've got a break. We got to stay on time. We do have Congressman McKenzie from Pennsylvania, of course. He's upcoming, and Hans von Spakovsky. Hans, baby.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series tankless water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
As we cover locally, regionally, nationally, internationally, when you think about what issues affect you here at home every single day, day in and day out, that's why I love hearing from our freshman congressman, Brian McKenzie. We've really tracked him during the campaign, the victory that was great here in Pennsylvania, representing, of course, the 7th District of Pennsylvania, our United States congressman who's gone to Washington, also a young dad who understands what it is to have those so-called kitchen table issues. So welcome in, U.S. Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Great to have you back, Ryan.
Hi, Dawn. Great to be on, just as always. So thank you for having me back.
Oh, absolutely. I always, because we talk so too often, I think, in the news or talk radio, we're focusing on these broader issues and Iran. And although it's interesting, don't get me wrong, whether we talk about Iran or the big, beautiful bill, and I would drive people to your website, which is very user-friendly with mckenzie.house.gov, and people can read all about delivering relief for taxpayers. In other words, extending the 2017 tax cuts, which of course are scheduled to expire. But I'd love to get into some of the mom and pop issues that affect people. I guess I'll start with that one, as far as, because I know you recently spoke out and you've held a lot of hearings about helping working families. If I push those issues together, what do you hope as far as creating policies that help working American families, and at the same time pushing for and hoping for the Senate side, right, to make sure that they include certain provisions, that will help the working families or new families like you and your wife?
Yeah, well, I think what we passed through the House has a lot of very positive elements that are going to help working families and seniors as well. And so some things that I'd like to highlight: the child tax credit. It's set to expire, the increased child tax credit, if we don't do anything here. And so by permanently increasing the child tax credit to $2,000, like it is in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and then we actually add a $500 bonus to the child tax credit for the short term. So those are positive things that are going to put money directly back in people's pockets. Same with increasing the deductions for seniors. This would be another way, something the president talked about on the campaign trail with seniors. And this is one way that we can do that, is through this reconciliation bill, increasing the deduction for seniors. And then all those things that, again, we talked about on the campaign trail, whether it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, all of those things for working individuals, those are in this bill. And combined, we can bring down working family tax rates. And also the pro-growth elements to this bill are actually shown through some analysis that just recently came out, that it would increase wages and increase take-home pay by thousands of dollars for the average family. So that's what is on the line here, and we need to get this legislation passed. The Senate has it in their hands. They have a lot of new ideas, but it's getting a little late in the game. We do need to try to pass this. Coming up here in just the next couple of weeks, the president had put the July 4th deadline on it, and certainly by the August recess at the end of July, we need to have something passed and signed into law that's going to help working families and seniors.
Yeah, absolutely. You've also talked a lot, and we've had the conversations, Congressman McKenzie, about supporting, American workers, small businesses, mom and pop type businesses, and we know here in Pennsylvania under Governor Tom Wolf, unfortunately, I think our mom and pop, the smaller businesses, if they somehow survived, they've been through a tough time. I noticed recently, you can take this where you want, but I noticed recently, I got a kick out of it, that, you go to these different small businesses, a consignment shop, for example, and standing there with, a locally owned, and this is right here in PA. I thought, oh, I got to go there. But I think it's neat that you're sort of personally celebrating these mom and pops, either who've survived, maybe they've made their own in-flight adjustments to survive, but why a consignment shop and why you like that kind of a business?
Well, we have so many great small businesses throughout our region, Dawn, and I mean, we all know they're the backbone of our economy, making up the majority of jobs across the country. And my mom was a small business owner for many years. She helped raise and sustain our family off of her small business that she ran. And so it's really important that we do everything we can to strengthen the economy for everybody. And in the One Big Beautiful Bill, some of the provisions that would help small businesses, making sure that if there are any kind of pass-through entity, that they get special deductions and tax breaks as small businesses. We make sure that immediate depreciation and expensing is included in the bill. That's something I've heard about from actually large and small businesses. And what that means is if they're going to go make an investment, they get to automatically take that from their taxes right away, the immediate expensing of that cost. And that's something that encourages growth, encourages investing in a business. And instead of spreading that out over many years and using a depreciation schedule or table or anything like that, you can immediately take that and expense that depreciation right away. That's a huge benefit, and any kind of business, especially startups, for instance, who have lots of those upfront costs right in the beginning. This is the way that you can immediately take that advantage through your taxes. So there's a lot to like about this bill, and again, I just think that we have an opportunity to not only help families but small businesses. And I'm convinced with the other things that are included in this bill about expanding American energy exploration and extraction, securing the border, those things are going to help wages and the American economy just absolutely take off. And there is no time like the present. We have some very real challenges all around the world, but America's economy is strong, it's resilient, and if we get this right, I think everybody is going to prosper and benefit.
I want to get to the issue of, Father's Day, men, and how maybe it's a more male-friendly America. But I do want to, because you mentioned the border, you had also talked about, and I know the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had talked about this, as well as Vice President J.D. Vance. So I'll weave this together real quick and just get your thoughts on this. That when you talk about illegal immigration and we talk about this joblessness, particularly within young, able-bodied men, and that it leads to their depression, it's a problem right now in our country. I know J.D. Vance, our vice president, had spoken out about it, but I know Scott Bessent had some numbers with it, and I believe you were on social media as well, kind of backing this up with U.S. labor, and those new numbers came out, which were good job numbers. Just your thoughts about that there are some myths about how, in fact, it is true, and I believe there's tangible evidence just coming out, talking about this, linking all this together, that when we have the pressure of illegals taking American jobs, it hurts, especially a certain sector of our population.
Well, I mean, that is correct in the sense that it is all tied together. It does hurt American wages. It hurts American jobs. And many of those jobs, as you point out, are ones that would have traditionally been filled by able-bodied young men. And so I'll give you the example here in Pennsylvania. I passed legislation as a state representative that mandated E-Verify in the construction industry. And that was so important for a variety of reasons. Those are good-paying jobs traditionally. At the same time, and union or non-union, could be either way. And but individuals were in those positions. We saw the rise of illegal immigrants coming up, particularly from Maryland to South Central Pennsylvania, from New Jersey coming over into the Philadelphia region, taking these jobs by undercutting the wages and undercutting the bids that actual legitimate companies could actually offer up. And so what they were doing, and they do that in a variety of ways. I mean, if they aren't paying taxes, if they aren't paying benefits, if they aren't paying workers' compensation for people who might get injured on a job, if they reduce all of those costs, they can obviously offer a lower bid, and that's what they do by paying illegal immigrants under the table. And so that takes away an American job. It takes away opportunities for American businesses, and then it does also suppress American wages, because in order to compete with that, companies have to say to their own employees, well, we got to lower our bid, and we got to figure out how we do that. And one of the ways sometimes that happens is by lowering wages. And so that's not a good thing. And so we passed legislation here to crack down on illegal immigrant labor that we saw in the construction industry, and ultimately get those jobs back online for American workers, and oftentimes in the construction industry, predominantly male industry. And so that's a great thing, but we see this all across the economy. It's exactly what you're talking about. When the Treasury Secretary is pointing out that American wages actually went up because of a secure border, that's totally believable, in the sense that, again, if you don't have people undercutting your wages illegally, then yes, employers and others are going to start paying better rates, more competitive rates. And so I think we do have to crack down on this illegal labor, not just in construction, but across the economy. And there are American workers who want to get back into these jobs. We actually just saw recently out in, I believe it was Nebraska, where a meatpacking facility got raided. They had lots of illegal immigrants on the job site. And so when they wanted to continue operating, when they went back to the market and said that they were going to be hiring again, the line was out the door. People were Americans and immigrants who were here legally, said, we want these jobs. We want to be, employed and in the economy. And so that's a really positive thing. But the illegal immigration is definitely stymieing American jobs, taking away jobs from Americans, and also stymieing American wages. So definitely a net positive when we, not only from a safety element, but also from a jobs and wages perspective, when we can crack down on illegal labor.
And I see and I hope you had a wonderful Father's Day with your family and the little one. We all love your videos and all the pictures that you post as you're really starting out as a new dad, a new congressman, a new day for you. And I see often on social media, Congressman McKenzie, you put out, for example, you celebrate Eagle Scouts. It seems to me, and Dan Borowski, our executive producer, and I were talking about this, that you've become this role model for young men, maybe young candidates, to get politically involved, and maybe you're an inspiration to others, even though you yourself are just starting this new journey. Obviously, you were a Pennsylvania elected official for a little time, but you're now a congressman. Can you talk about that journey?
I appreciate your kind words there. Let me say a couple things. I mean, first, we had a great Father's Day. Leo, my wife, and I went out with my dad, and we were able to go to Outback Steakhouse, really treat ourselves, and we enjoyed it. Hadn't been there in a while, so we enjoyed, a special luncheon together. When it comes to Eagle Scouts and recognizing young people in our local community, it is so important. And these Eagle Scouts, they've already given back to our community through their projects that they've done. And so, being there to recognize them is important. Whenever I'm able, I try to do that. And it means a lot to people to be recognized. I'll tell you another story. This is from a while back, but I was at Walmart. I was picking up candy at Walmart, and the cashier, she saw my credit card and she said, "Oh, are you the Ryan McKenzie?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I guess, right?" And you don't know what's going to come along with that, what kind of conversation you're going to have. And she said, "Well, I want to thank you because you had recognized my child for making honor roll." And her child, she said, came home and said, "I want to make honor roll every quarter because you had gotten that recognition for her." And that was the first time that that child had been recognized in any kind of way, she said. And so that was a really moving story, but that's the type of thing we have to recognize merit in our society. We want to recognize achievement for young people. That's how you promote, the best and the brightest, and make sure that not only individuals succeed, but that our whole community and our whole country succeeds if young people are doing well. So it is a really important thing, and I like to do it whenever I can, and encourage others to do it as well.
Well, it's wonderful to catch up with you. We hope that we continue to do so and just kind of live vicariously through you as you head to Washington during these historic times, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, I will say this. I mean, it is certainly historic. It is an incredible time to be in Congress, and I'll let you keep living vicariously through me, Dawn, by wishing my wife a happy anniversary. So grateful. 2 years we're celebrating together, and we get to do it with our family this time. So an even more special anniversary, a family day together, and really look forward to many more years ahead. But great opportunities and great things lie ahead for our entire country. But we do have to get this legislation right and get it done for the American people.
Congressman Ryan McKenzie, and to your wife, Chloe, happy anniversary. Until next time, thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Don. Have a great day.
You too. U.S. Congressman Ryan McKenzie. I saw that they got their Oval Office photo with President Trump. Remember that he was endorsed. He was one of those endorsed candidates by Trump. And I think he was one of those candidates that maybe the Democrats did not see coming. And so we love just following up with him. And he's just a good guy. And I think that part of the reason that he's so popular is just comes across as the everyman, just an ordinary guy who you can have a conversation with, that common sense conservative. And if you look at any of his social media, his website, that sort of thing, he regularly has his staff meeting with people, helping them through, issues with veterans, getting veterans benefits, Social Security. And so those are real life issues. And even amid Doge, it was something that wasn't really reported, that part of the reason that they're trying to Doge some of these huge, veterans affairs or even Social Security or some of the medical benefits is not to cut the benefits, but to get out the fraud and the waste, streamline them, and make them more user-friendly. I'll just point this out to you really quick. Remember that the Biden administration created the Border Patrol app for illegal folks who were coming across, hey, just get on the app. It was later determined and ruled on as illegal, right? Well, why didn't they focus on, because app creation, that takes a lot of energy and know-how, right? You have to assign a staff to create this app that's user-friendly, get the kinks out of it. But why not create all these user-friendly apps for all of us as Americans, whether it's, I don't know, whether you're creating a business, whether you're applying for some kind of a party permit at the park, whatever, whether you're applying for pick a thing, pick a topic. Why not perfect those kind of user-friendly services? And by the way, at that point, maybe you can maybe take away some of the brick and mortar places, because we have so many different agencies that overlap each other that we all pay for, and they have office hours that don't work for us, or they have long lines or long waits. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's something that I see somebody like Congressman McKenzie working on, all of that, but at the same time, still holding the office hours and having the staffers help people deal with often antiquated systems. So if you want to sound off on it, 855-839-1210, we will have the chat. And you know what else? When you have a more fair system, such as, let's say, the tax cuts, that means so much to working families, what does that mean? Tax cuts spur the economy. Because you know what you do when you have more money in your pocket? You get that tax refund. You know what you do? Oh, honey, we've been talking about fixing up maybe the house or that old kitchen. I can't stand this old outdated kitchen in the summer, having all those different family parties and that sort of thing. So that's how it supports other businesses, spurs the economy. It's absolutely a proven winner. So we got to talk about my friends at Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com. And they're local, Pennsylvania run, Pennsylvania family business since 1979. I love Kitchen Magic. You can go at kitchenmagic.com, look at the before, the afters, and they have some technology where you can even picture your new kitchen. I love that feature that they have at kitchenmagic.com. My husband's he's in the car right now. He's listening. He's going, oh my God, here she goes with the kitchen magic. She wants more magic in the kitchen. But kitchenmagic.com, this month only, they have some incredible incentives for financing. So it's interest free. You got to look at all the options for you, and you deserve this. You've worked for it. Now go get it with my friends at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchen Magic, tell them Dawn sent you.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So today we're expecting comments from Jerome Powell, from Jerry Powell at the Fed. And you heard Trump, kind of ramping up his criticism as he's been doing against the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, who he put into this job, as you know, I've pointed out. And so this morning you heard him as he was speaking out. He said, maybe I should go to the Fed, but this is hours before the central bank is set to announce its latest interest rate move, or lack that of. Obviously, Trump has been very vocal about it. We've covered it. You know that. And so he had said that, am I allowed to appoint myself at the Fed? He was and that was during that chummy sort of back and forth. But of course, when you're Trump and you have like a little casual conversation where the workmen are putting up some flagpoles, guess what? It makes international news. And so we'll watch this very carefully as the Fed makes its announcement. Can you even imagine if they said, yes, we're going to lower rates? He wants it to be lowered by a full point. Will they do that? Well, we'll have the chat with our friend Hans Baby, Hans von Spakovsky. I love when Zioli calls him Hans Baby. All right. We have a lot of updates. Man, there's so much today. So we'll take a quick break, get back on track, and all the breaking events, great interviews. It's all here. Thanks for being here at Dawn Stensland and on YouTube as well. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
But now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. You know, he should. He should. I call him every name in the book, trying to get him to do something. I've been nice to him. I do it always. I don't know how to sell. I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. Let's have dinner. Too late. I'd call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person.
President Trump, in the era of transparency we have never seen at this level, honestly, as you think about President Trump, and he's a very relaxed President Trump. And so the media surrounding him for this event, which he had put out on True Social last night, I read it to you earlier, and then again in the 10 o'clock hour. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The headlines this morning, as you see President Trump, as he says, basically about Iran, nobody knows what I'm going to do. All the media asking him all of these questions, and he warns, but he has been warned because the so-called supreme leader, the religious leader of Iran, who basically has all the power, putting out that word that that if Trump joins in with Israel, it would result in, quote, irreparable damage if the U.S. joins that conflict.
The leader of Iran says that they will not.
Say good luck.
What is the end game?
That was, what would you say to the Supreme Leader? He says, good luck.
So there's also Vice President J.D. Vance, and he's coming to the defense of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, as she has been criticized over her past comments about Iran. And then earlier this morning on Kale and Company, Greg Stocker in his cut sheet had played where she recently, I believe, for D-Day commemorations, perhaps on June 6th, she was commenting about, about nuclear weaponry. And so we aired that. But J.D. Vance, a fellow veteran, he says Tulsi's a veteran, a patriot, a loyal supporter of President Trump, and a critical part of the coalition that he built in 2024. Remember, it was a big deal that she was not only a military veteran, and she does active duty even now, but as well, she's somebody who said the Democrat Party left her. I was at a couple events here where she was at the one. Remember, she was here in Philadelphia for several events. Zioli has brought her into the fold and gotten to know her quite well, our own Rich Zioli, but she was here for a support event for supporting girls and women's rights and supporting girls in sports. You may remember that one in the summer before the election. But J.D. Vance saying she's an essential member of our NatSec team. They always, in the military, they always abbreviate everything instead of saying the National Security Team. She's the NatSec team. And we're grateful for her tireless work to keep America safe from foreign threats. So this after there were some in the media who always want to, put things in the headline, blow it out of proportion. As you know, that's life. That happens. And Trump was perceived as seemingly rejecting Tulsi Gabbard's assessment of Iran's nuclear capabilities in remarks on his return from the G7 summit in Canada. Remember that? And they were on Air Force One, and he was rushing back a day early amid all of the unrest and upheaval in the Middle East with, of course, Israel basically bombing the heck out of Iran. And so it's 1,100 and counting strikes. And Trump's headline today, nobody knows what I'm going to do. And that's what he banks on. That's absolutely what Trump is banking on, because Iran right now is tattered. And even though they're putting out a strong position, remember, Trump has a team of negotiators, including President Erdogan of Turkey, trying to resolve this peacefully. That's really what it's all about. So just wanted to give you that in a nutshell. We've got to stay on time because we do have Hans Baby coming. I'm going to just call him Hans Baby in light of Zioli. Because I love it. You know what movie that's a quote from, right?
It's from Die Hard, right?
Yes. Hans Baby. Remember Bruce?
Man,
I love Bruce Willis.
Guess at that one, but
thank you. Good job.
Hans Gruber, right?
See how I put you on the spot? I do all the time.
Man, I thought I was going to get that one wrong.
So, yeah, Hans Baby. And did you see, now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole, but Bruce Willis and his daughters talking about Father's Day because he has that rare dementia condition. And I'm a big Bruce Willis fan, so pray for him. I just love him. but great Christmas movie, which has been determined.
Yeah, is it?
Hans, baby. All right, we got to get on.
I do have.
My son's getting married today.
What? Wait,
Did
hold on.
Did I mention that?
Did you?
My son is getting married.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Down the shore, or Ocean City. I wasn't invited. Did I not tell you this?
No, wait, hold on. Is this like serious? Are you like
He's
leading
getting married.
And why aren't you invited?
I don't know.
Wait, is it? Did you talk about this in the morning at all, or is this like
Nope.
news, like just
This
right
is
now?
breaking news.
What? And you're just finding out now that your son's getting married and you're not invited?
He wanted to take a tux to the shore because it's senior week, so
Okay.
they're all there. But I didn't know that today he's getting married.
Wait,
in
we're
Ocean
talking
City.
David here? No,
Yeah,
that's- I thought we
it's
were
my
talking-
teenage son.
What?
It's my baby. He's getting married on a boat.
What? To who?
I forget her name.
I can't tell. Like, are you?
I don't
And you're handling this really well.
Okay.
I don't know whether or not you're being okay. I
So-
feel like I've been duped here.
No, you haven't. So this is what he does to me. This is what your kids do to you, right?
Okay.
So David says, yeah, I need the tux because I'm getting married. I'm like, what? And he actually took like Larry's tux
A post-prom shotgun wedding.
Like, so, yeah, right. No, here is how kids are so innovative. So a bunch of the seniors, these are all good kids and good students and the whole thing, right? So they're down there, they're in a house, they're having a great time. So they wanted to rent a boat, like a big boat for the seniors to go on. One of them, I don't know if it's my David or which one, figures out that you get a huge discount if you're getting married on the boat. They have a wedding discount.
Really?
So they said, oh, yeah, that's it. We're getting married. So they chose David, I guess, because they took a poll. Who has a tux? So, Larry was like the first host of Access Hollywood. He has a gazillion, like, amazing designer tuxes and suits and the whole, like, in the storage closet.
Yeah.
So David was chosen as the groom to get married. And then
He
I'm not going to
Larry's
mention
tuxes.
Well, from Access Hollywood days when
And
Larry was,
I don't want to bury the lead that Larry has a tux closet. That is
he
impressive.
has a tux closet.
Yeah.
I have a formal gowns closet. We lived a different life. This is my reinvented life.
So is
But
he 100% sure there's no legal bound nature to this?
That's what I'm starting to get worried because they have to convince like the people running the boat. Do you know what I'm saying? That it's a real wedding. So she's wearing a wedding dress. Like he has the whole boutonniere, the rose, the full tux with the silk bow tie, the cummerbund, the beautiful silk. It's an Armani tux, and it fits him beautifully. And my son is
no
getting
minister or anything coming on the boat, is there?
I think there's a minister.
What?
I don't. Is it or is it like Mike Opelka? Did they rope him into this? No, I don't know who it is.
A prom boat wife.
Yeah. So can you imagine this? And what advice do you have?
Are you getting upset at this now?
I'm just starting to get nervous because I guess they have somebody who's ordained because, if you're the boat operator, you want to know who's the ordained minister to marry them. So they check everybody's credentials.
They're not like going to the Ocean City Hall and signing any papers.
No. It's this was all the boat discount.
Okay.
Because it's expensive. All the kids donate
So
money.
How'd you guys get married? Well, we wanted a discount after prom for a boat,
So they get I don't know, it's like, hey, if you're getting married on the boat, it's, 25% off. It's a big, discount,
Was this his prom date or just a friend?
Just a friend.
Okay.
I'm not saying her name because I don't know.
No, I don't think you should.
Because I don't know if her parents, do they know? Do all the parents know this? And some of you listening are fellow parents. So don't tell on me.
This girl's going to come home
I know.
a married woman.
Yeah. So should I be nervous? 855-839-1210. Or do you have marital advice? I'm just asking for a
David
friend.
the one that has to get married and not someone else?
Because he has the beautiful tux. It's like, you know what I mean? Like he
if
looks.
Larry didn't have the tux room,
It would have been some
David
other
be
kid.
getting married on a boat?
I guess not.
Yeah.
I think though. Let me just ask you something. Did he have to pay? Because I think that the fact that he's bringing the tux and he's the groom, shouldn't he get to go for free?
I think so.
Do you know what I mean?
I think it's only fair.
I don't know which boat company. I hope they're not listening. Maybe I'll get them all in trouble or booted from the boat. But if you're that boat operator and you found out that they're just trying to get the discount,
You're a little young to be getting married.
but don't you then go, wow, this shows a lot of business initiative, the fact that they would go to all this effort? Apparently, they've done this in past years where they realized this boat company or some of them have a wedding discount.
Okay, so it's been done before. Your son's not the test
He
subject.
claims, well, as I started asking, because I appreciate that he tells me everything.
Yeah.
Okay. But on the other hand, I'm like, has anybody tested this out? And he goes, well, they supposedly they did this in the past, but I don't know when. I don't have the details. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, well,
what would you do if this is your teenager? Would you happily provide the tux and all of it? I did. I just gave him like a silk rose, like that I cut. And it looks like a real rose. It's I pinned it on the lapel.
I mean,
the cuffs,
what you should have
the
done
beautiful
is said that,
formal shirt.
Yes, you can do this, but you're not getting married without your mother and father on board.
I know.
You could
Because
have gotten a free boat trip out of it.
isn't that going to be suspicious? Right? Where are all the parents? Huh?
It's a great point.
I think I should drive down there, show up, mother of the groom. All right, we've got Hans' baby. Maybe he has some advice on this. Well, in any event, we have so much happening today. All the breaking news. You'll get the latest from Hans, who needs no introduction, and what else is going on. There's so much. Thanks for being here.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Excited that summer's here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you have to be there in person to vote, plus the Elvis debate. And yes, it's Dom Giordano Day. Our headliner, Scott Presler, will be there. It's June 20th, noon till 3. Get the fun, the food, the drink too at our summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You've heard me talk for years now about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. There is a Chapman difference. I can attest to that. Core values centered around high-quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and a team you're going to love that empowers you, listens to you, rather than tries to sell you something. And it's the reason that I have stuck with Chapman, and so many of you giving them rave reviews, and you always report back to me, Dawn, thanks for telling me about the Chapman family team. They're going to respect your project, work with you on all the select textures, styles, so it, of course, is going to fit into your budget and make sure your remodeling project becomes a reality. You can call them, you can text them. They're local, like-minded. 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Go ahead, dream a little. Do what I did. Reach out to Chapman Windows Doors and Siding. Man, I reached out to them years ago. I'm so glad I did. You will be too. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
My next guest, Hans von Spakovsky, Senior Legal Fellow, Heritage Foundation, former FEC Commissioner, DOJ lawyer, and certainly somebody who you know well from here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hans, I started just calling you Hans Baby with the Zioli, because I love when Zioli calls you Hans Baby. I don't know if anybody else does. Hope you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
So there's so many headlines. I know you've been very active on social media talking about King's Day. Trump just spoke out within the past, 50 minutes, let's say. He's out there on the White House lawn as they're erecting those beautiful flag poles, North and South lawn, American flags, being asked questions. At one point talked about he was once the hunted and now he's the hunter. What they did not ask him, because it was breaking just as he was out there, so I don't believe they were able to ask him about this Supreme Court ruling that is incredible news, really, for the country, which is the Supreme Court is upholding the ban, protecting children against these invasive transgender care, including some of the puberty blockers. And so this is a huge celebration that's happening in our nation on social media, parents groups and parents' rights groups I think it's a great day for America. So because it's breaking news, it's not necessarily what we wanted to talk about, but just your reaction to the Supreme Court ruling. Are you surprised by this ruling?
No, not at all. And I'm not surprised at the breakdown. It was 6-3. And it was the usual cast of the Supreme Court. It is, what's astonishing and shocking to me is that there are 3 justices on the Supreme Court who, and let's not talk about this in general terms. Let's talk about very specifics. You have 3 justices who think it's okay for parents to order surgery for their sons, for example, that would castrate them, or for their daughters that would cut off their breasts, and to feed them hormonal drugs that have all kinds of dangerous side effects. And these 3 justices think that's okay. In my book, that's child abuse. And that's obviously what the Tennessee legislature decided, and more than a dozen other states, and what the Supreme Court said today, at least the 6 rational justices on the court, is that this kind of ban on this kind of basically surgical mutilation of children is well within the authority of state government. It is not a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And in fact, it passes what they call rational review. And they cited the risks, which include irreversible sterility, increased risk of disease and illness, and adverse psychological consequences. In fact, they talked about the fact that, in England has banned, the English government has banned this kind of treatment of children because it is so bad and so dangerous. And yet, we had 3 justices who said, oh, no, this kind of child abuse would be just fine.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's a great day for America, and I'm glad that the majority of the court at least agreed that we got to protect our kids. All right, you've been very vocal on social media, Hans von Spakovsky, about the No Kings Day and looking at that. And by the way, it's a PAC. It's a political action group. They make it sound, first and foremost, they make it sound like it was this grassroots organization. This is a D.C. political action committee that has raised a lot of money. It was well organized. What do you see in the aftermath of this and the differences in the way cities, because you were vocal about the L.A. Mayor Bass, talking about immigration enforcement. That's where I want to go here. But across the country, we've seen different reaction to these so-called No Kings Day protests.
Well, this is the people out there protesting, these violent agitators, people who have been throwing Molotov cocktails, burning police cars, looting, all kinds of things like that. Look, they represent about 0.1% of Americans. In fact, you probably saw this, Don, the polling support for the president has gone up. And that's because people do not want criminal illegal aliens roaming their neighborhoods, and they support. This whole Kings thing is ridiculous. What the president is doing is enforcing federal immigration law. And if you're in the country illegally, an immigration judge has issued a deportation order, and the government is enforcing that deportation order, how in the world is that acting like a king? What's going on here is these extremists, and unfortunately, almost all the leadership of the Democratic Party, they want illegal aliens in the country. And you saw Mayor Bass say, oh, this would hurt immigrant labor. Yeah. In Hollywood and places like that, Beverly Hills, they want illegal aliens for their nursemaids, their gardeners, etc., because they can pay them low wages and exploit them. Just substitute slave for immigrant labor, and she sounds like Southern slave owners who were justifying being able to own slaves. But the other reason they want this is because there's more and more evidence that aliens all over the country, particularly in places like California, are violating the law and registering and voting and getting away with it.
Yeah, and that's a big problem for us across the country. One thing I would say for my part of the country on this coast is that we have, Pennsylvania, especially Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. I know that even State College and Montgomery County, just the suburb outside of where I'm reporting from, as well as the entire state of New Jersey, for example, all these sanctuary jurisdictions. One thing that I find tough to deal with just in trying to look at news reports is that, and police reports and law enforcement reports, is that, I'll give you an example, Hans. In New York, NYPD, clearly, they became aggravated and got sick and tired of the media narrative and even Democrats' narrative that, there's no danger to, let's say tourists in Times Square, et cetera, in New York City. The cops, the NYPD, as you all know, they kept the stats on the side and then finally released them and talked about the violent crime that is by these illegals. And so that was widely reported. The problem that I have, for example, is that if you look at the crime blotters, which I unfortunately review every morning about 4 o'clock in the morning before I come on at 6 a.m. for the first news, I don't know. It doesn't say who's a citizen, who's not. In the vast majority of municipalities here in Pennsylvania or in New Jersey, and in fact, cops get in big trouble. So I'll reach out if I think somebody might be an illegal, then I will reach out and try to get sources to confirm that. But they could get in trouble. They could get fired if they release that. And should there not be a push to have these laws where you have to put whether somebody is a citizen or is a non-citizen, because then we know. And once we know, it's an even bigger winning issue for Trump.
Oh, listen, you are absolutely right. And in fact, that folks can Google this. I've written about it. Texas is the only state in the country, unbelievably so, that investigates and posts information on every single individual in Texas prisons, whether they are in the country illegally or not, and they regularly update that information. As of May 31st, they had over 326,000 illegal aliens who had been convicted of crimes in Texas and booked into their prisons and jails. Over 455,000 non-citizens have been booked. So that's also legal aliens. And how many crimes have they committed? More than 500,000. 500,000 crimes committed in the state of Texas by all of these illegal aliens. That gives you an idea of the size of the problem. And I can tell you that if other states maintain this kind of data as good as Texas did, people would be even angrier than they are now. By the way, that includes over 1,000 homicide charges against illegal aliens in Texas. That means there's more than 1,000 people who would be alive today in Texas except for illegal aliens being brought into the country.
Unbelievable. I mean, and that's just it. People don't know. And so they buy the media narrative that says, oh, well, people who come into this country, by and large, they don't commit crimes and this. Well, that's true. Within a huge, quote unquote, immigrant population of both illegals and legals, that's true. But when you talk about percentages, and especially of those so-called newcomers, you're right. I think across the country, but here in Pennsylvania, especially in New Jersey, Maryland, I think it would be staggering.
Oh, no, it would be. And look, you mentioned New York. Let's all remember that Laken Riley, the Georgia nursing student who was murdered by an illegal alien in Georgia, Why was she killed? Well, because the illegal alien who was convicted of murdering her, when he was arrested in New York City. But because of their sanctuary policy, they let him go instead of calling the feds to pick him up and deport him. They let him go so he could then make his way to Georgia, where he murdered this poor woman. New York City sanctuary policy is directly responsible for allowing him to be down there to kill her.
My God. You know, and in something like this, can they be held civilly responsible? In other words, can a victim's family or even a survivor's family, can they hold somebody personally and or civilly responsible for letting go somebody that they knew should have been detained?
Unfortunately, no. That's been tried on multiple occasions. It was tried, for example, in San Francisco by the widow of a man who was murdered along, I think, with her two sons a number of years ago, who had been deliberately let go by San Francisco because of their sanctuary policy, despite his prior criminal records. They tried suing, were unsuccessful because for various reasons. So no, it's tough to do anything about that.
So Hans von Spakovsky, I could listen to you all day. Thank you for letting us pick your brains. I did want to talk about your latest, because there's a local connection to it as far as your latest podcast, which is awesome. So everybody needs to sign up for it. But the latest one is actually a story that initially I had reported on. And I love that you're doing a deep dive into what happened here in Pennsylvania as far as, these are our fellow Pennsylvanians during an election. Can you take us through and give us a tease for what you're finding out in your latest podcast? Case in point.
Somebody went through neighborhoods and spotted yards that had Trump signs in them, and then in October of last year made up this extremely nasty, threatening letter telling them that because they supported Trump, they were going to be visited in the middle of the night at some point, and property damage, potentially they and their cats and pets killed. And this was turned over. This was in places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. It wasn't just one place. And what did local law enforcement, the state police, the U.S. Postal Service do about it? Absolutely nothing.
Which is mind-boggling that this has been going on for this long. And we need to get, keep on it to get those answers, and even ask the governor himself to say, what are you doing about this, Governor Shapiro, that this happened in our state, in the Commonwealth? Right. Well, we look forward to Case in Point. That's your podcast, your most recent drop, and all the information that you're finding, and it's along with J. Christian Adams as well. Thank you so much, Hans. Really appreciate you coming back on, and always look forward to next time.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Hans, baby. See, that was a story that we learned about, and then, in fact, Linda, our friend Linda Kearns, lover of Elvis. I owe Linda a phone call. You just made me think of that. But Linda had given us an update and actually personally knows, some people who were threatened. I mean, these are death threats against people. And it's like, oh, nothing to see here. And yet the same individuals, whether they're in the news media or even officials who care so deeply about the rights of people here who are non-citizens who are here illegally, they care so much about them and will bend over backwards and spend our tax dollars to do everything for those individuals. But when you have American citizens getting death threats amid an election like this, and even election officials, nothing to see here. Well, we can't really do anything. Sorry. That's how it goes. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. We'll get your thoughts on the other side as well. My son, David, I have a little reaction from him I can update you on. But we got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. Acura, has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. This is big. It means top performance, cutting edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, Westchester. You can always shop online, piazzaacura.com, for all the special offers. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, as I'm broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studio. Be right back.
Weather sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
A heat advisory goes in effect today as a warm front pushes through the Delaware Valley, bringing a hot and humid air mass. Skies become partly sunny, chance for a late day shower storm with a high 88. Tonight, a shower storm early, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 72. And Thursday, partly sunny with some late day showers and storms. It'll be hot and humid with a high 92.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Is your car nearing the end of its lease? Are you hoping to avoid the headache of finding a new car and their rising prices? With a lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, you can stay in your reliable set of wheels while making the most of your car's value. Enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
I got something good. So history being made. I'll talk financial stuff. We have so much we're trying to cram in here. But this is history, as many are heralding it. U.S. Senate passed the Genius Act, taking our nation one step closer to what many are calling breakthrough legislation being signed into law that will drive U.S. economic and national competitiveness for decades to come. So I'll give you some job numbers, and you'll see where I'm going with this. But the Senate passed that Genius Act. We've talked about it a bit. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent had promoted this and, in fact, said it looked like it could be, he said the passage could help stablecoins grow into a $3.7 trillion market by the end of the decade. That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So we also had the CEO of America's largest cryptocurrency exchange. He was speaking out about it and explaining why it's so important that they go for the future, establishing the country's first regulatory framework for dollar-pegged stablecoins. So that's one headline for you. Scott Bessent also commenting, I've given you these numbers before, but I'm going to lead into Victor with this. Do you want to hear Scott? Did Scott talk about it too?
I got that.
Yeah, let's go to. Here is he says thanks to POTUS's pro-growth America First policies. He's talking about free wages, talking about economic growth. Listen in.
And you've got some other
Real
good news
wages.
haven't you, about blue-collar wage growth.
Blue-collar wage growth. The only other time it's been this high, wait for it, was during President Trump's first term. So
right.
we've seen real wages for hourly workers, non-supervisory workers, rise almost 2% in the first 5 months.
Why is that?
No president has done that before.
And why is that?
It's the president's emphasis on manufacturing. I think there's also likely a component of whether it's 12 or 20 million illegal aliens coming out of the workforce. And Joe Biden opened the border and it was flooded. And that for working Americans, that's a disaster because it's pressure on their wages.
So this is great news. You don't see it anywhere. When you think about what's happening in our nation for regular working people and wages, great news. We've had some great economic numbers. We're waiting to see what Jerome Powell will do at the Fed. Will he make some big announcements? Can you even imagine if he just announced they're lowering rates by a percentage point because Trump just trashed him this morning, and then I don't know what Trump would have to come out and maybe buy him that dinner that he talked about.
I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person.
So I will also have you think about this. When I talk about the change in politics, the revolution, if you will, and the MAGA Trump Republican, if the MAGA Republican versus the Reagan Republican, because I think these are individuals who throughout time have redefined a political party. And so we saw Reagan during the 80s redefining and broadening the tent, if you will. But you see Trump in a very different way. So Trump does not do the trickle-down thing that became famous during the Reagan administration, was ripped by Democrats who would play on that and say, oh, really, you want to wait for the trickle, that sort of thing. But I think Trump is not the trickle-down kind of a guy. And what he was able to do was rather than go for, let's say, race or that sort of thing, what he did was he was saying working people, okay, no matter whether you're African American, whether you identify as white, whether you identify as Hispanic American or Irish American, whatever that is, but Trump was able to reach across the board and come together with common sense, common issues, especially among working Americans, right? Working people who actually build stuff, who he loves. I mean, you saw him this morning out on the White House lawn. Any opportunity, Trump cannot surround himself with talking heads, right, and policymakers and wonks like that, but rather surround himself. And you saw the men were a diversity of, I think, different individuals, different ethnicities, ages, all of that. What they have in common is these are most likely union guys or working guys, right, who build stuff, who are in the trades. And so that, I think, is really what President Trump, how he has redefined the Republican Party to say that we're all working people, family people. Then he reached out to, let's say, the MAHA moms, the Make America Healthy Again. And so reaching out to these different sections of society. And then, of course, you think about immigration. And that no matter, I got into a big thing with my husband yesterday because there's one 20-year-old kid in a high school who's an illegal in New York City named Dylan, who everybody's very sympathetic to. And while I'm sympathetic to one or two different individuals across the country, let's say with the immigration situation, I'm sympathetic to somebody who's a teenager or 19-year-old, 20-year-old who came to this country at the invitation of then President Biden and went on the app that we know is illegal. And now they go to their court hearing. This is happening across the country. And the courts are saying, sorry, the app was illegal. Bye-bye. And so my answer to that is I feel badly for you. I'm a compassionate person. But you know what? To spend some $100,000+ on somebody just to get them up to speed so that they can, even though they've graduated high school in their home country, they can now go to a specially created high school that's going to help them tee them up so they can go to college. And then there are all kinds of college funds. Well, what about my kid that's in high school? What about the veteran that's homeless? What about the business person that's struggling after all the COVID shutdowns? And so, yeah, I'm America first. And I'm sorry to those who butted in line at the invitation of Biden, who are good folks and hardworking people. I'm sorry that you were lied to by the previous president. That was wrong. But now, you know what you have the opportunity to do? To return lawfully back to your home country and do it right and apply and get in line and stand in line and apply now for legal immigration. And if you do that, then you will have a chance to get back in line and become a citizen someday, but do it legally. That brings me to the Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I know I have to take a break, but Arnold, you want to stay for this. You want to hear what Arnold Schwarzenegger, how he handled these nasty, cackling women from The View. You've got to hear this. Be right back.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So if you are an immigrant, you're an immigrant in this country. Yeah. Did you have a visceral reaction to what they're doing? When you see the videos of it?
Well, I tell you, you said that the immigrant, I'm so proud and happy that I was embraced by the American people like that. I mean, imagine I came over here with the age of 21, with absolutely nothing. And then to create a career like that. I mean, in no other country in the world could you do that. Every single thing, if it's my bodybuilding career, if it's my acting career, becoming governor, the beautiful family that I've created, all of this is because of America.
Put your hand on his. Put your hand on him. Tell him to stop. Stop him from. Oh, now we have live.
Yes.
We have the former governor Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I have both Joy Behar and Arnold Schwarzenegger in studio. Look at this.
Hello, my friend.
Hello, Joy. How are you? Good to see you again.
I'm terrible. I haven't had sex in 40 years.
You smell like cabbage. It's very disturbing. I don't know what's wrong with you. Maria! Joy smells like cabbage. She needs a spray or something. How are you?
Wasn't that Mike Opelka, my dear friend?
No, it's Arnold
Wasn't
Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Wasn't that the
Opelka's
best?
a fool. What's wrong with you? You can't recognize me. I shot him in the forehead and put him in the hallway.
Terminator. But he terminated the nasty negative energy in such a great pivot. Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano today.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Good times. Good. I miss you like a
I
front
miss
tooth,
you. Because front teeth are good.
Well, think about that. You know, if you didn't have a front tooth, you'd really miss it. You'd be like, it'd be whistling and all kinds of stuff. You chew things funny. A straw would fit in there really well, though. That's
Yes,
a good
this is
thing.
true.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you know, how weird was it that Sonny Hostin, another one of the ironically named ones like Joy and Whoopi, reached out to try and stop it. Why are you touching me?
Yeah.
Maria, the lawyer's touching me.
Just do an arm pop in.
He was perfect.
It was so good. It was so, and you know, especially after Arnold during the pandemic. Remember what he said? Screw you, freedom. I'm like, wait a minute. What him say, Kimasabi? Screw you, freedom. Get the jab. It's crazy.
He's come to his senses, that's for sure. Man, what a historic day today. We've got Trump saying he's the hunter, not the hunted. We got Iran, we got Israel, we got the SCOTUS ruling, which is incredible. So much happening.
Thank God. Yeah. And the flagpole going up. I love the fact. I love the fact since 1800 we've been living here and nobody thought, let's put a flagpole up on the lawn. And what does Trump do? We're putting up two.
That's what you love about him.
Two. It's just, if you're going to build it so big, everybody's got to stop and go, what the? Oh, Trump. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, baby. Mike Opelka in for Dom is next. Have a great show, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And goodbye.
I'll be back.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Authorities find bombs in the home of a man arrested with a gun at a weekend No Kings rally in Westchester. Firefighters install smoke alarms in Strawberry Mansion after a deadly fire killed a pregnant woman and 2 children. And a much-needed transit funding bill passes the Pennsylvania State House, but must now go to the state Senate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Well, it's Dom time, but no Dom today. It's Mike Opelka. I'll be here today and tomorrow, God willing, and so happy to be here. I'm so excited. It is, well, it's the eve before, that thing tomorrow, Juneteenth, and then it's the eve before Dom Giordano Day down at Mulligan's at the Shore, and I'm very excited. I hope you're going. I hope you have made plans to be there tomorrow. And you should be. It's going to be great. I haven't even been able to consume the entire list of dignitaries and celebrities who are going to be there. But as they say, it's going to be a stone gas, man. A stone gas. So much I'm very excited about today. As Dawn said, we've got a historic day. Not just the president out on the White House lawn putting up the two big, beautiful flagpoles that we're all kind of mystified. The White House, the People's House, hasn't had a flagpole in the yard. Yeah, there's one up top, but just think about it. You pull up to any great government building, there's a flagpole out front, and now there is. So here we are. And now there are two, as a matter of fact. I am also keeping my eyes out on a couple of things, obviously, what's going on between Israel and Iran. And I have a question for you, all of you. I'd love to hear from you on this. Are we doing enough, too much, or too little? In other words, should we be doing more than we're doing right now with Israel? Should we be doing less, or are we doing just about the right amount? That's my question. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. And I know Dom does the side question, which I enjoy the side questions every single day. I'm always trying to see, do I have a good answer for the side question? Usually not. You guys usually are much better in terms of the side question. And we were debating a couple of different things. Henry and I were debating a pre-show here to try and figure out, all right, what's the best side question that's going to get people's brains spinning? I don't know what this thing is, Henry. Blue Day that you said it's blue. Who the hell said it's Blue Day?
There's this website I go to when we have to make up side questions, and it just tells you all the holidays for that day. And one of them today was National Wear Blue Day.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Well, it's also Go Fishing Day.
I saw that too, yeah.
National Go Fishing Day. And I don't have a fishing question because I think fishing is just what you do when you want to drink in the morning. And you're not a golfer.
Get out of the house, yeah.
Yeah. International Picnic Day today as well.
Oh.
And picnics, are we allowed to say picnic? Because I thought at one point picnic was one of those words that like cakewalk. We're not allowed to say cakewalk or master bedroom. Yeah.
Oh, I never heard that.
I think it had some weird negative connotations back in the cancel culture day. Just one of them things. And it is the day, and I think you pointed this out to me, Susan B. Anthony was fined $100 for trying to vote in 1873.
That is correct.
And the Susan B. Anthony dollar, remember that coin dollar?
Of course, I think I had one at least at one point.
Yeah, and nobody wanted it. They're like, okay, thanks for the quarter. And you're like, no, wait, it's a dollar. And then that got replaced by what?
Was it Sacagawea?
I think it was. And I always wanted to go into the bank and say, can I get a sack of Sacagaweas? And they're like, what? What's wrong with you? So why do we keep trying with these dollar coins? I don't get it. But Susan B. Anthony fined $100 for trying to vote on this date in 1873. And it still took America a couple decades before women got suffrage, got the right to vote. But Susan B. Anthony started in 1873. I think she was actually doing a little bit longer than that. And is the question, Henry, what's another famous person who you have to say their middle initial?
Yeah, they go by their middle initial. It's part of their name.
So part of their name. What's another famous person or a person in history that you can't say their name without saying their middle initial? And Susan B. Anthony's obviously off the board. But I wonder if I know of one.
Oh,
and
sure.
We can count characters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Real, fictional, anything you want.
All right, so I've got one. I'm thinking from the Andy of Mayberry show, Ernest T. Bass. And I'd be impressed if you knew Ernest T. Bass.
None of those words you just said made any sense to me.
The Andy Mayberry show?
Yeah.
God, I guess black and white television really just, it's not something you're familiar with.
No, I think I missed the boat on that one.
Okay. There are people out there that know that. 855-839-1210. Give us a great person in history or character who we cannot say without including their middle initial. I'm Michael V. Opelka, but I don't use it because it doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah, V. Vincent. My grandmother's last name was Vincent. But I'm sure. Now, Michael B. Jordan, or is it B or V?
B.
The actor, right?
Yes.
And I guess he had to put that in because he couldn't have just Michael Jordan in his acting name in Hollywood because you can only have one.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing to have to put your middle initial in just to differentiate yourself from like the greatest basketball player of all time? Do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
Thank you for correctly identifying Michael Jordan as the greatest basketball player of all time. Thank you.
I knew. Well, if I phrase it a different way, I'd probably get some flack. So
yeah, you'd get roasted by me and everyone else with a brain. Because there are some people that think some guy who played in Cleveland and Los Angeles and he's got his kid, he's got a Nepo baby who plays on the team too, that they thought that would be the thing. It's not. But Michael Jordan and Michael B. Jordan both have appeared in movies. And in order to differentiate from one another for accounting reasons and I guess for IMDb reasons, you have to use the middle initial. Yeah. And sometimes people just change their names. For example, totally. David Bowie and Davy Jones, right?
I didn't know they changed their names. Davy Jones just sounds very normal.
One of them has the correct name. The other one had the same name and had to change their name.
Oh, well, I'm guessing David Bowie is going by Davy Jones then. You're
going to have to look that up because my brain is just too stretched at this point. Somebody will call in with that. 855-839-1210. I'm going to take one off the table right now. I'm leaving everyone else on the table except Susan B. Anthony we took off because that's the example. James T. Kirk.
Oh, all right. Captain.
James T. Kirk. And you would have gotten big points had you known what the T stood for.
Yeah, no, can't get that one.
Yeah, no, not happening. Tiberius.
Yes,
the whole Star Trek thing was very, very deep in a lot of historical references. The original one, none of the knockoff crap, but just the original Star Trek was the only one, and we would not have had it but for Lucille Ball. I don't think you knew that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You know, I Love Lucy, Lucille Ball, wacky redhead comedian lady.
I'm familiar with the show. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Now I'm nervous. I got to reference. I got to give history on all these people because you're like the Andy of Mayberry show.
Yeah, no, that one I've never heard of. Like at least like I Love Lucy. I've heard of that.
Okay, Lucy had a whole bunch of money, and when she and her husband Desi split, she started a production company and she was producing television and maybe films. And they were making this space show called Star Trek, and they needed money for the pilot. So she, in fact, said, I'll put up the money for it. She read the script and said, I like it. So, but for Lucille Ball, we may have never had Star Trek.
Huh.
So rest in peace, Lucy. Thanks for the laughs, but thanks for taking us to places no man had gone before. And this is another good one. Who came up with this, Johnny Be Good?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously I had to throw this in here as one of the side question answers. Chuck Berry's classic, Johnny Be Good, fictional character, obviously a song, and it still goes hard to this day. I mean, who could forget the sequence played, in Back to the Future, played by actor Michael J. Fox.
Wow.
Right?
Wow, yeah, nice connecting of the dots, Henry.
Tying this all in together. Yeah, Johnny Be Good, Michael J. Fox, yeah. It goes perfectly with the theme we're doing today.
Okay, future boy, well done. We'll take it.
Thank you.
We'll take it. So there you have it. The main question I have in my brain this first hour of the show, as it relates to Iran and Israel's fight with Iran, which I still think is the world's fight with Iran. I support what the president's been saying. Are we doing too little, too much, or just enough? And why? And what happens not just to Iran, but what happens in other parts of the world if we drop a 30,000-pound bunker buster on that nuclear processing facility? What does it trigger elsewhere? That's what I want to know. Because my main concern is, if we do that, does China say we're not going to bother with Taiwan, or does China say we're taking Taiwan? That's a real interesting question. I know this isn't exactly a broad and liberty question, right? This isn't exactly a local question, but you got to realize what happens if we do something here. If we say, okay, we're sending the 50 of our flying oil tankers, our gas tankers that are flying over the area and refueling all of those jets. We're doing that right now. We sent 50 of them. If we're doing that, that's just helping Israel. But if we fly one of our B-2 bombers, which is what's needed to deliver this lovely present to the Iranians, and it flattens their mountain where all their enrichment's going on, do you think that's going to tell China we're not fooling around, or do you think that's going to give China a green light to take Taiwan? I'm wondering, which way do you think that domino falls? If you have a thought, 855-839-1210. I know it's heady stuff. I know this is heady stuff, but, this is the Dom Giordano program. You guys are up to the task. You can deal with it. And it's important stuff. I really... I don't know what the president's going to do. I'm very, very interested to see what's going to happen. I do know one thing, and the left and the media and their partners, they used to look at Donald Trump and say, hey, it's going to get us in World War III. That's what he's going to do, I tell you. Right when he was elected, you remember? You remember way back in the day. That's all they could say, that he's going to get us in World War III. And that didn't happen. Remember, he tried to say, okay, my friend Kim Jong-un, here's what's going to happen if you stop testing nuclear stuff. You're going to be welcomed into the world community. And then he didn't get reelected, and Biden came back, and guess what happened? But if you want the memory, let's go back in time from our friend Maze Moore, who put together this great montage showing you just what the left thought and how they were projecting that President Trump would cause.
Well, we're on the brink of World War III because Donald Trump took the worst possible option given to him in a slideshow.
In this country, we have begun to overestimate the dangers of impeachment and underestimate the dangers of a deranged president retaining control over a nuclear hyperpower.
We cannot wait around while Donald Trump is in control of the nuclear weapon.
Your objection to potentially going into World War III cannot be procedural.
The biggest danger of the Trump presidency is that we are always just a Trump whim away from nuclear war.
They say it's World War III, but I'm looking out my window. It's very quiet in those smoking craters out there.
Has to be told that it's his job to avoid World War III.
One Democratic congressman sent me a note this evening and say this president wants this war.
No, he doesn't. As a matter of fact, I have proof of this. That was 2017. Donald Trump had just gotten inaugurated. He was in office. The left was freaking out. It's going to start World War III. We all better leave. And none of them left. because they're full of Bravo Sierra. But in 2019, do you remember when Iran shot down one of our drones? They shot down one of our drones, unmanned drone, the Iranians. And we knew it. We had all the evidence we needed. And it wasn't a drone you buy at Best Buy for $500. This was a serious, I'm going to take pictures of you, and maybe I'm going to come back with munitions and deliver you a special present kind of a drone. So several $1 million. And the Iranians shot it down. And Trump's team from the first administration said, you have to deliver a message. You have to send our bombers over there to basically slap them. And what did Donald Trump say? He said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to respond. We're not going to bomb the hell out of Iran. And people are like, well, he's a wussy with a P or a dove. So Trump stood up in front of the media, 2019. Remember, this is 2019. Here's what he said.
Everybody was saying I'm a warmonger, and now they say I'm a dove. And I think I'm neither. You want to know the truth. I'm a man with common sense, and that's what we need in this country is common sense. But I didn't like the idea of them knowingly shooting down an unmanned drone, and then we kill 150 people. I didn't like that.
Yeah. Donald Trump has always been about common sense, and that's what drives the left crazy. It was common sense. And he said, why are we going to kill a whole bunch of people? They shot down a drone. There's got to be other ways to send a response other than taking human life. It's just really stunning to me that the left is still out there pushing this, that Donald Trump's going to get us into World War III. I don't think that's his intention. But my question, and I put it out there to you, what happens? What happens if we, America, get involved? And are we doing enough? Too much? Too little? That's the big question. 855-839-1210 is the number. 855-839-1210. And, of course, the side question, give us a famous character, living or dead, animated or in literature, who you cannot say their name without using their middle initial. Triggered by Susan B. Anthony, who was arrested on this day and fined $100 for trying to vote. How dare she try to vote? My goodness. If she just identified as a man, they would have let her do it, I'm sure. I
don't know if they would have liked that back then either.
Can you imagine? Yeah, that would not have gone over well. That would not have been something they would have welcomed. Just saying. But that is today's question, side question, and then my overriding question. I have so many things that we need to get to today. Democrats say the dumbest things. There's more of that. I talked with Dawn a little bit about the Schwarzenegger thing on The View, and there may be more to that than meets the eye. And also, the harrowing moment yesterday at 5 o'clock when Trey Yinks, the guy who's in Israel covering everything live, he's often seen with the helmet and the, I guess it's a bulletproof vest. I'm sure it's just like a body armor that he's wearing as he's reporting from Tel Aviv on the incoming missiles coming from Iran. I got to tell you, it was the scariest thing I've watched, and listening to it is even scarier. We'll get to that, and we'll have some fun today. Guy Shiraki's going to join us next hour. There is also a fascinating correlation between what ICE is doing and the murder rates all around the country. And we'll get to that in the third hour of the show today as well. And you. I hope you'll join us, 855-839-1210. It's Opelka. And for Dom Giordano, just 2 shopping days left to Dom Giordano Day at Mulligan's down the shore, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. and credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's 12:23 on this Wednesday, and I see some sun outside. I know there are little clouds here and there, but it's just kind of weird. It's been the strangest weather, has it not? We haven't really turned on the AC, and I'm looking ahead to next week's forecast, and looks like summer's showing up next week. In case anyone's wondering, am I the only one, Henry, that thinks that this has been the weirdest so far? Because usually it's Memorial Day, somebody flips a switch in heaven, and we go from spring to it's hot.
Yeah, it's been just nothing but rain, I feel like, the last few weeks.
I'm not complaining. My electric bills have been very low. Why are you complaining?
That's true.
Yeah.
Electric. I want my summer weather. I feel like I'm coming into work every day a little bundled up, like it's still, like fall almost.
When you look at your power bill at the end of the month and you see it's about 40% cheaper than it is when it's 97. Next week, I'm looking Monday, high of 97. Tuesday, 97. Wednesday, 96. Yeah, you'll be fine next week. Stop your kvetching here. It's Kvetch Wednesday. Henry's kvetching. And if you know how to spell that, you get big points.
Sounds like it hurts.
It sounds like it hurts. I speak street Yiddish. I can't. We're looking at questions today because there are all kinds of clouds around the White House saying, what's the president going to do? The left side of the mainstream media is obsessing right now. Will Donald Trump join the war, Israel against Iran? I'm surprised they don't say which side. These guys are crazy. But if you're thinking about it, are we doing too much, too little, just enough? What do you think? And then the side question, who is a person, a character that only requires or must use their middle initial at all times, like Michael B. Jordan, like Susan B. Anthony, and as I said, James Tiberius Kirk, James T. Kirk, captain of the Enterprise. And you know he's coming back. They're bringing him back. Did I tell you that, Henry?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, they're making another Star Trek, and they're bringing it there. I thought he was dead, so I don't know how they're going to explain this. I'm sure they've got some kind of machine. They're going to beam him back from a previous era. But yeah, James T. Kirk is off the list. I don't have a list of anything here, Henry, on the call sheet. Do you have anything for me?
I'm going to send you this in a second. There's a lot of callers on the line. I beg everyone to bear with me. It's just me working the phones today.
Why do you get no help today? That's not right.
That's just what happens. I don't know.
That's not right at all. All right, let's go. Let's talk to Joe in Columbus. Joe, welcome. Welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. Opelka sitting in for Dom as he prepares for Friday and the big remote at Mulligan's on the Shore. How are you, Joe?
Mr. Opelka, the best pinch hitter since Manny Mota.
Ooh, Manny Mota. That's a great God. That's a good callback too. Well, thank you. That's a nice honor.
That leads me into our generation when we used to wake up early in the morning, sit on the living room floor with a bowl of Captain Crunch between our legs and watch the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner hour. And we used to see half of the show was dedicated to that nemesis, Wile E. Coyote.
Ooh, that's a good one. And he shopped where?
Acme, right? Well, we say it up in South Central Jersey as Acme.
I know. My home is in Wilmington, Delaware, as you know. My mother-in-law told me, I was always going, how come there's an extra syllable when you pronounce it?
That's true. That's right.
My wife would kick me under the table. Yes, Acme Products. Wile E. Coyote. That's a good one, Joe. Thank you. We appreciate that. Excellent. Well done, sir. Let's talk to Bill in Bucks. Bill, you've got a name that requires a middle initial?
Yes, I do. He was a frequent sports writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. He was on WIP radio, has his own ESPN show now, and he's dabbling in politics. Stephen A. Smith.
That's a really good one. Now, Bill, Stephen A., as he's known in many circles, I hear Nick Cale refer to him all the time. He says, Stephen A. They all call him Stephen A. Mm-hmm. And I'm not a big fan of his. I know I'm supposed to be, but I'm not. And whenever I hear Stephen A., I always add the word whole to the end because I always feel like that he would be that way in person. He'd feel like he would be Stephen A. Whole. And maybe that's unfair of me. I find him clever, though. I think he's clever. Do you think he has a chance to become the Democrat nominee in 2028?
Well, so far, nobody else has really stepped up. That's what I can see.
That's a really interesting take. The Democrats say they're looking for a disruptor. They're looking for someone the way Trump came in and disrupted the GOP. And I know Donald Trump is a TV star, but before that, he was a businessman and a developer, and he certainly had some experience in dealing with all kinds of people. I don't know if Stephen A. Smith's experience goes beyond where he is currently as a media personality, but he's not a dummy. I'll give him that. He's a pretty clever guy.
Well, he's been around a while, and I think he's got a lot of people that he could surround himself with that could make some good decisions. He's not a progressive, so maybe he's got a good shot.
Yeah, he has put out some pretty interesting statements, and if the Democrats are going to have a chance going forward. I'm not talking about midterms. I'm talking long-term, 2028. I think they're going to have to come back from that progressive cliff that they're standing on right now. And he might be the answer. Because are there any others? I think Governor Shapiro certainly is one. And they're not talking about Governor Shapiro too much, which leads me to believe they're probably grooming him. He's probably going to candidate camp as we speak. I'm just saying. So
well, let's see if Stephen A. Smith gets on Fox News or Newsmax. That'll be the defining moment.
That's a good indicator. I like it. See, this is what I like about Dom's audience. They think deeper. You guys go a couple steps past the surface, and that's excellent. Well done. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Well done. Well done. Dennis is in Lafayette Hill. Hello, Dennis. Welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. It's harder to say than Hans von Spakovsky, isn't it?
Well, I've got an easier one for you then. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, we do. And you know what's fun about John F. Kennedy? The senator from Louisiana, the Republican, who's also a great orator himself. He's also John F. Kennedy. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But there will only be one John F. Kennedy. You never say John Kennedy. Never.
No. And Senator Kennedy in Louisiana is John F. Kennedy. And I say it all the time just to tick off the Democrats. But that's a great one. Do you think if JFK were alive today, do you think the Democrat Party would accept him based on the principles that he was espousing?
That's a very, very interesting question. I do not know the answer. I think because his charisma, I think he had that Trump charisma about him.
Oh, he did. He definitely did. But look, here's a guy who served in the military, served honorably, was honored for what he did with PT 109.
Yep.
He also had that storied family that was behind him, but he was all about lowering the individual tax rate so you and I had more money in our pockets. And I don't know if today's Democrat Party would accept that. I'm just wondering.
I don't know. Let's put it this way. He would definitely be electable, and that's what they'd be looking for.
That's a really good point. Optics are part of that, and the potential electability, because based on that charisma, that Trump charisma that JFK definitely had. And, he had a hot wife, too. And that doesn't hurt. When you walk into the room and you've got an attractive wife with you, people tend to pay a little more attention to you. That's very good. Excellent.
Remember when he went to Berlin, I think he said, I'm here with my wife, and he introduced her first. Like, I'm her husband.
Yeah,
That's
Joe
how hot
Biden.
she was.
Biden tried to do that unsuccessfully during the last campaign. I'm Joe Biden's husband, and it never seemed to, and everybody knew what he was doing. He was biting off John F. Kennedy. That's a good one. Well done, Dennis. Thank you, sir. Henry, how are we doing on time?
Let's take a break here.
All right. I want everybody else to hang on. Dennis in Somerdale, Nancy in Philly. I got to talk
more to come,
Nancy.
too.
And who?
There's more to come.
Well, who knew? Well, I knew. It's Dom's show. It's a damn popular show. It's Mike Opelka. I'm in for Dom today and tomorrow because he's getting ready. They're putting together the great show for Friday at Mulligan's down the shore, and you got to be there. You should be there. You got an invite. Right now, you just got an invite to hang out with me. It's Opelka on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
A heat advisory goes in effect today as a warm front pushes through the Delaware Valley, bringing a hot and humid air mass. Skies become partly sunny, chance for a late day shower storm with a high 88. Tonight, a shower storm early, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 72. And Thursday, partly sunny with some late day showers and storms. It'll be hot and humid with a high 92.
Where there's a WSFS, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 12:38 on this Wednesday. Mike Opelka in for my pal Dom Giordano. And, I say my pal. I haven't seen Dom in a long time. And I'm dying to play golf with Dom and Nick again. And yesterday, when I'm making plans to be here for today's program, I get a text message on my phone. I thought, okay, who's this? And then I looked down, I saw a number, and I said, sure. It said, could you please promote our big event at Mulligan's on Friday? It's Dom Giordano Day. And I'm looking at the number and I'm going, okay, that's a Philly number, but I don't have any name attached to it. I'm going, Sure, yeah, I will absolutely will do that. But I don't know whose number this is.
Did you say that?
Yeah, I did. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a phony, fake phony and fraud. And it was Dom who was texting me. So I felt like a total schmagegi there. He goes, Dom, it's Dom. And I'm like, oh, well, I changed phones, and I guess I didn't update my directory. So now I've added the name Dom to that number.
D-O-M, get the name right.
That's it. Dom Giordano, just the nicest guy in the free world, and I hope we're going to be able to play golf together. And he'll be at Mulligan's. He will be at Mulligan's Friday. So I'm here today and tomorrow as Dom and the crew are getting ready. I know it's going to be a stone gas, as they say, and you should be there. Get there early so you get a good seat. We're monitoring everything. I mentioned Israel and Iran, and I do think this is unnerving. I've had some kind of weird thoughts about this, and hopefully this gets settled. But one of the things that really gave me the heebie-jeebies was last night as we were making dinner. I was watching The Five, and I had it on in the background. I was in the kitchen working on dinner, and I wasn't watching the screen, and I heard this, and it just scared the bejesus out of me. And then I went back and rewound it and saved it, and I want you to experience it. This is what happened live on Fox last night.
Fox News alert, the Israeli military says missiles launched from Iran towards Israel are raining down right now. Trey Yingst is standing by in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah. First of all, before Trey Yingst talks, Henry, those sirens are a little unnerving, are they not?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm thinking, okay, whose job is it to be outside when that's happening? But it's Trey Yingst's job.
Yeah, Jesse, you can hear behind me there are sirens sounding as ballistic missiles are fired at this city. Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we're going to move. Okay, stay with us. Stay with us.
So as this is going on, as he's doing a live report on the Fox network, during The Five, the biggest show on television at the time, he's told, you got to unhook and we got to get the hell out of here. They're on like a balcony of an office building in downtown Tel Aviv, and they're told that missiles are coming in. Not the little rockets that Hezbollah fires. These are missiles that have been coming in now for 5 days. And so he's picking up his gear, and he has to unplug, and I guess they're trying to get to shelter here. You can hear it in the background.
Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I'm with you. I got to fix my IFB.
How are you staying calm? I got to fix my earpiece. Meanwhile, missiles are coming in.
1 second, Jesse. We're going to give you a quick update.
I would be screaming and looking for a change of underwear.
I'm with you.
Yeah, okay. Did you hear that? There's a missile going by. I'm sorry. I am ducking for cover. I'm going to be underground in the bomb shelters with everybody else, not Trey Yingst.
Jesse, I got you back.
There's a shelter-in-place order right now. We hear the sirens. Trey, are you with me?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. We got disconnected for a moment from our IFB there. You could see a lot of those missiles coming off as they were trying to intercept some of that incoming fire. We saw the first one go out to the sea, and because they could track where it was going, they let it get intercepted out at sea.
I'm sorry. I would be on the ground in a fetal position if that was my job. I would not be. This guy, he gets all the props in the world. I think that's just amazing. Absolutely amazing to me. That's all this guy does. And I know he posts pictures of himself walking with his dog calmly and the days off, but this is crazy.
I think he's a bit of an adrenaline junkie, maybe.
You think so?
I feel like you have to be if you want to be like a wartime correspondent. I feel like you have to want some sort of action out there, you know?
That's true. I remember during the Gulf War, it was a guy named Arthur Kent. Do you remember that? You're too young. That was before you were
my
born.
time.
Yeah, they called him the Scud Stud because Saddam Hussein was lobbing Scud missiles at the American troops, and Arthur Kent would stand up out there with his little helmet on and go, well, it looks like we might have some incoming here. But he was the Scud Stud. I don't know where he is or if he's even alive these days. But this guy, Trey Yingst, he is a badass. I'll tell you that. But so I'm wondering where this goes, and that's one of the other topics we're addressing today. We'll get to more on that. But I wanted to get back to some of you on our side question today. A person, either real or fictional, living or dead, who you have to use their middle initial. And I'm looking down that we have a crazy list here coming in. Let's go to Nancy in Philadelphia. Hello, Nancy.
Hi, Dom. You're not Dom. I'm sorry. You're Michael. How are you?
Yeah, I answer to just about anything, but Dom would be an upgrade for me. But thank you. So, Nance, who comes to mind when you think middle initial?
George C. Scott.
That's a good one. George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Yes, and
one of our great American actors.
He was an incredible actor. He always scared me when he was on the screen in just about any role. But yeah, that's a good one. Very good one. George C. Scott. His best role, Nancy, what do you think it was?
Well, Patton was good, but you know what he's my favorite in is his version of the Christmas of the Scrooge. I love him in that.
Wow, that's a great call. He was good.
Yeah,
he
was fabulous in that.
You know, a good actor's a good actor no matter where he is. That's well done. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate it. And I appreciate the compliment calling me Dom. That means a lot. Thank you. Let's go to Mark in PA. Hello, Mark. Mark, you want to bring
Mark.
up? Oh, we lost Mark. Mark said he voted for Trump and we're doing enough. Let him do what he does. Oh, that's interesting and his character with a middle initial, Buford T. Justice. Buford T. Justice.
I know that.
Do you know
name.
where that's?
I know that name. Is it a movie, or is it a show?
It is a movie character.
Is it? Oh, shoot, why am I blanking on it? Smokey and the Bandit.
Yes, it is.
Yes, let's
Jackie
go.
Gleason's sheriff's name was
Got
Buford T. Justice, which I believe was an homage to another Buford.
All right, you lost me there, though.
You're blanking.
Yeah.
You ever see the movie Walking Tall?
I have not.
You need to see Walking Tall, and the character's name was Buford Pusser.
Oh, okay.
He was a badass. He was a badass. All right, let's keep going here. Wild Bill. Wild Bill, welcome.
Hey, Michael, thanks for taking my call. You and Henry are doing a good job. And that lady Nancy was right on with George C. Scott.
Yeah, that's a good one. He was good in The Christmas Carol. He played a very good. He can be serious, and he can also be that overwhelming positive or powerful guy as well.
Yeah, he was scary in Patton, I thought.
I want you to remember.
Trey Yingst, we got to say he's got some cojones, and the guy I got is Ulysses S. Grant. And while I was hanging here, I also thought of, it seems like a lot of political figures. We got William T. Harding, was Harding's middle initial T. I'm having a senior moment.
Warren G. Harding.
Gamaliel.
Warren G.
Oh, I'm way off.
That's all right. You at least knew the right president.
Yeah,
Warren.
He's inconsequential anyway.
Warren G. Harding?
Yes, he is.
Oh, what, Teapot Dome scandal? Does anyone even
why
know
the
about
Harding
that?
hate? Come on, he's
What did he do? He got elected because he was handsome, and then didn't do anything.
And Michael, in his own language, for Shapiro, he's a schlep. Sorry, but
I think he's a schlub. A schlep is when you're carrying something across town for somebody, you're schlepping it over there. But yeah, you think he's a schlub.
I'm doing bad today here, man. But great, you guys got a good show going on. It's been very entertaining.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All
right. Carol in Somerton. Hello, Carol. Welcome.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Carol
now that you're here.
Denicio. How's Riley doing?
Oh, thanks for asking about my nephew, Riley Opelka. He's in London right now. The grass court season started. Wimbledon's in a couple of weeks. He's playing tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock Eastern in something called the Queen's Tournament in London. It's a beautiful grass court stadium, and it's an ATP 500 event. He's in the second round right now, and he's up to number, I think, 67 in the world rankings.
Wow, it's doing good. Keep it up, right?
Yeah, we're trying. But thanks for asking about him. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
well, mine is a very common newbie. President Trump. Every time if they're not calling him President Trump, it's Donald J. Trump.
I like that. Donald J. Trump. That's a good one. That's a good person who we always have to mention with their middle initial. I'll take that, Carol. Thank you, my friend.
Take care.
Appreciate it. I have to take a break here. We'll come back. We'll get to this. I also have some other updates on some other. I think those are considered important stories. I know they're not as trivial as middle names, but we'll get you a little update on what I think is some huge news that is breaking out of D.C., and I'll share it with you just around the corner. It's Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Now, recently I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist for a long time, said, "Hey, Joyce, you need dentures." Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were not for her. She called and set an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team and is happy he has that cutting-edge technology, diagnostic skill, and a lot of confidence to get this done. She's very happy with her dental implants. You'll get the same expertise, great staff. Just call Dr. Bentz, get that initial evaluation, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. My dentist for 10 years, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CRV, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Fair Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's 12:56. Mike Opelka. I barely have any time. This first hour flew by. It's just rocking and rolling here on the Dom Giordano Show. By the way, Friday. Mulligan's down at the shore. It's Dom Giordano Day. You got to be there to be a part of the live show. Why wouldn't you? You should. Let's do just a real quick lightning round on the phones. John in Bluebell. Who needs their name always with their middle initial?
Well, I think he is the greatest pinch hitter for Rush Limbaugh. I met him at the Union League when he did a speech, and that's Walter E. Williams.
That's excellent, sir. Well done. I'm up against the clock. I want to get one more in here. Dwayne in Valley Forge. Dwayne, what's yours? Hello, Dwayne. Do we lose you?
Sorry, that was my fault. I hit the wrong button.
Dwayne, are you there?
We did lose Dwayne, though.
Dwayne's was George W. Bush. That's a good one. That's a really good one. All right, we're wrapping up the first hour. We have the one, the only Guy Shiraki joining us just around the corner. It is Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It's 102. Yes, 102 on this Wednesday. Mike Opelka in for my buddy Dom Giordano on the Dom Giordano program. And 2 days from today, we will be knee-deep in Dom Giordano Day at Mulligan's at the Shore. So you need to make plans to be there because it's going to be off the chain, as they say. I wonder where that came from. I really do. I'm keeping an eye on as many stories as I can. The new installation of flagpoles at the White House, which is kind of cool. The president's paying for it, in case anyone's asking. He's gone into his own pocket on this. And the greatest thing about it was to watch the president walk out to the construction site as the flagpoles were being installed this morning and shake hands with all the workers and take pictures with them. And this guy gets it. He really does. And he also pointed to the media scrum that was there and said, now I got to go hang out with the working people, not like you people. Your jobs are too easy, which was just great stuff. Never miss a chance to hit him with a water balloon at all. Our next guest, first guest of the day today, aside from you and the vast and unpaid resource department listening, is I just love talking to Guy Shiraki. I love reading his stuff on Brawn and Liberty, and you should too. And he's joining us once again. Guy, thanks for being here, my friend.
Sure, Mike. I look forward to it. So, can I offer my middle initial person?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, with the side question today, I forgot. I neglected the host formatics. One of the side questions today is name a character, a real or fictional, living or dead, who has to be mentioned with their middle initial. So fire away, Guy Shiraki.
Showing my age, and I know you and I will remember, I mentioned the one and only Alex P. Keaton, who's a double because he's Alex P. Keaton, played by Michael J. Fox.
That is the second Michael J. Fox reference on the show. When we had earlier, Johnny B. Good was playing,
yeah.
and Henry referenced the Back to the Future a moment with Michael J. Fox playing Marty McFly. But yeah, Alex P. Keaton, that's a good one. That's not that far back. I mentioned Ernest T. Bass, And Henry, all the blood drained out of his face. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Just did it again with the Alex P. Keaton. I don't know who that is either.
Really?
Really?
I'm so sad.
Sounds like someone I should know, but I don't.
Put your ass on the discipline couch right now. Just sit
I'll wait
down.
outside.
No. Alex P. Keaton, NBC actually thought they were mocking conservatism when they created a family of these two like hippies who grew up and had kids, and their one son was basically like a Reaganite. Michael J. Fox played Alex P. Keaton, a kid in high school who wore a suit and tie every day and carried a briefcase in the 80s.
Ah, okay.
So that's kind of where we met Michael J. Fox, wasn't it, Guy?
It was, and he was, in the beginning, he was the side character because the mom and dad were the established characters, and sort of like how Fonzie took over Happy Days. Boy, I dated myself again. But Michael J. Fox eventually took over Family Ties, and he became the guy. It was a high school kid, then a college kid. He slept with a framed picture of Ronald Reagan on his nightstand to sort of reinforce who he was.
Yeah, all of us had the poster of Farrah Fawcett with the nipplage in our dorms, but Alex P. Keaton had Reagan. It was a different time.
Not to confirm nor deny what posters were hanging in my room.
I'm sure there were black light posters as well that that lit up when you turned off the lights and you played your Iron Butterfly vinyl.
Oh my gosh!
I'm
gonna have to pull a Henry and say I almost don't know what you're talking about.
Almost don't know. Guy Shiraki, deferring to my age. I like that. Thank you very much. This week, Monday's column, Democrats tell us who they are by what they fight for. The old saying that my mom used to say was, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. That kind of applies the same to the Democrats in terms of what they're fighting for, I guess.
Yeah, I thought it was time, building off the column I'd written about, separating the good guys and the bad guys, that, look, I thought as we're getting into summer, it's a chance to look back, every day. I mean, you're trying to and follow the breaking news of the day. We go from issue to issue, and I thought it was time to step back. And we're coming up on 6 months of the second Trump term, and the Democrats have not only objected, I mean, they have fought vociferously in rallies, getting arrested, going to court, flying to El Salvador to fight him and to show what they're for. And I thought it was time to step back and look at the forest for the trees. And the modern Democratic Party, again, not necessarily your next door neighbor, but the modern Democratic Party of elected officials is a group of people that not only want open borders, they'll go to court to make sure illegal immigrants stay here. They'll go to court to make sure that we continue to provide them free health care and housing. They'll fly to El Salvador when they're deported. They've defended riots. They've defended anti-Semitism. They've gone to court to force the president to spend money to send, condoms around the world in Sesame Street to Iran. You step back and you say, that's who they are. Tell me what you talk about. Tell me what you get arrested for. Show me what you go to court to sue for. And that's who you are. And that's their priorities. There hasn't been one opportunity where they've said to the president, we'll work with you. There hasn't been one opportunity where anyone but for Senator Fetterman has paused and said, hey, guys, we're out of touch. So it's time to say this is who they are. This is the modern Democratic Party and the elected officials. Open borders, free health care for immigrants, riots are okay, anti-Semitism is okay, wasteful spending is okay, and they're willing to sink to 20% or lower in the polls to do it. And it's time we recognize that this is not your father's Democratic Party.
Guy, one of the things that it hit me in the face today, when John Fetterman is the middle of the Democrat Party, that should tell you something. When Fetterman, who's now siding with Republicans and most people who think we should do something as it relates to the Iranians and their nuclear weapon dreams, he's the guy that sounds reasonable. That makes it feel like our world is turned upside down.
Yeah, it really does. And think about it. I often talk about when I write for sort of the Wawa crowd. and as somebody who's a softball coach and spends many in between games and pre-games at Wawa. But look, think of the things that we're talking about, Mike. These are not necessarily conservative firebrand issues. I mean, saying when you set a cop car on fire, you ought to be arrested. If you block an intersection, you ought to be arrested. If you block Jewish students from going into their dormitories, that's wrong. You ought to be arrested. If you burn an American flag on campus, that's wrong. If you run and rush at a cabinet official screaming at her, you maybe should be stopped. That Senator Fetterman gets national news because he says Hamas should let go of the children that they have hostages. Something's wrong with the Democratic Party. When John Fetterman makes national news for saying that you shouldn't burn cars in riots, exercise your First Amendment without rioting, the fact that that's national news because it is so unique tells us not a lot about John Fetterman, but says how crazy and out of control the modern Democratic Party has. John Fetterman stands alone for saying things that you would say in a Wawa, and people waiting for their hoagie wouldn't even lift their head. Like, I don't think you should be able to throw bricks at cops. I don't think you should set cars on fire. Nobody at Wawa would object. Nobody would lift up waiting for their hoagie. The fact that he stands alone says so much of the modern Democratic Party, and it's a shame.
Well, here's the question, because all of politics is supposed to be local, and if Fetterman is speaking in terms of what seems to be common sense for the locals, his constituents, does that bode well for Democrats going forward if other Democrats in the state pick up on Fetterman, or are they going to be blocked by their own party? Because everything's focused now on the midterms. The left side of the Democratic Party, which seems to have the leadership role now, is already talking about how many times they're going to impeach Donald Trump when they take back control of the House. And you have to wonder, will Democrats wake up to a Fetterman kind of common sense approach to things? And because right now, if Democrats do nothing, if they keep doing the same thing they're doing, I don't think they win back the House, even though there's a tiny majority for the GOP. I don't think there's any way, and I think the GOP extends its lead in the Senate. But if suddenly the Democrats start going, hey, this Fetterman guy has some good ideas here, I think there's a chance they could take back the House, which will derail everything Donald Trump's trying to do. And it'll cut his term short from 4 years to 2 years, really.
Look, I think you're spot on, but I think your analysis is 100% right. But let me tell you what I'm experiencing. What I'm experiencing when I'm in Harrisburg and what I'm experiencing when I do television shows, shameless plug, I'll do an Inside Story this week at 11:30. But when I'm doing those shows and I'm sitting in the green room and we're just chatting, and I'll tell you, most of those green room settings before you go on the air, they're very, very collegial and nice. We talk about our kids and whatever. Let me tell you this. What is not being said out loud is the establishment Democratic Party is furious with John Fetterman. The leadership of the Democratic Party is furious with John Fetterman. He already had an enemy in Josh Shapiro, but the rank-and-file activists are furious. If the election was held today, they not only would defeat him, they would carry him out of the Senate with pitchforks. They are planning to primary him. They are furious with him that he's working with Dave McCormick. They are furious that he's talking about using Pennsylvania natural gas, that he's speaking out against anti-Semitism, that he's speaking out against rioting. They are planning. These are leaders that I go on these shows with. They are furious with him and planning to get rid of him and primary him. Connor Lamb, who's a former congressman from suburban Pittsburgh, who lost to him in the primary, is already traipsing across the state like he's running for the Senate and is being feted. I've been on radio shows with him. He is preparing, and they are elevating him and getting ready. So, Mike, your analysis is 100% right. If they embrace the Fetterman way, there's a path forward. If their answer to John Fetterman saying anti-Semitism is bad and rioting is bad is to say you're not a good progressive and we're getting rid of you, they're going to suffer a historic defeat. Donald Trump will once again defy the odds. In 2026 could be a historic Republican landslide. The Democratic Party has to decide, do they want to solve problems and be part of the solution, or are they going to carry further left? And when I hear them going after Fetterman, preparing for a primary, they're telling me what lane they're going, and it is mind-blowing to me that they're going further left and that they're angry at common sense.
Well, here's the crazy part of that, guy Shiraki, that the Connor Lamb thing does make sense when you step back and look at what the Democratic Party has been doing the last couple of years. But the craziness of this is last week, the DNC threw David Hogg out of their party because he talked about primarying people who didn't agree with the central party policy themes, capital P party. And so they threw him out. They unelected a guy that they elected, and just once again proving they don't really believe in elections. They believe in kings or queens. So this is interesting that they threw out Hogg, but now they're doing exactly what he said he was going to do, and that's primary people who don't follow in lockstep with the mothership. Really interesting. Interesting to see.
Well, it's interesting also because they got rid of Hogg, also because he's not a woman, because they decided that job is set aside for a woman, because their bylaws have meticulous details of the various demographics and characteristics their officers have to have. They don't get elected on merit, so they decided that they had accidentally elected a man to do a woman's job, and fill in your own punchlines there. But you're right. They also said to Hogg, you're not playing nice with others. And I will tell you, in Pennsylvania, they are preparing to go after John Fetterman, and Josh Shapiro will not only protect Fetterman, he will fan that flame and pour gasoline on it, because they've never been allies. It is stunning to watch it. This is, as I say, it's not your father's Democratic Party in any stretch whatsoever. And they need, look, the nation needs for there to be Democrats who wake up and say, hey, gang, we don't set cars on fire and we don't throw rocks at people, and threatening Jewish kids and quoting Hitler is wrong. These aren't radical positions. They're positions that I hope 9 out of 10 Americans agree to. The Democratic Party has removed itself from common sense debate.
Yeah, it's they should listen to the late John Prine, who said it don't make no sense that common sense don't make no sense no more. But therein lies the reality of where they are. Guy Shiraki, always a pleasure, my friend. I just enjoyed talking to you, and I enjoy your perspective. Great stuff at Broad and Liberty. And did we break a little news today? Your Fetterman inside story, is that a little breaking news on the Dom Giordano show?
I'm breaking what everybody's saying quietly. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. The Pennsylvania Democratic Party is actively working to get rid of John Fetterman. And he is well aware of that and doesn't seem to care. He's going to rely on the voters and not the machine, which frankly is what Fetterman's always done. So yes, we're saying the quiet part out loud on the Dom Giordano show with Michael Opelka. They're coming after John Fetterman.
This is amazing. Mr. Fetterman, Senator, you're welcome to join us. We'd love to hear from you on this as well. I've asked a million times to get him on the show because honest to God, we've been down some of the same roads health-wise, and people don't realize it. But I understand what he's been through more than most of you know. So we'll explain sometime. I have to take a break, though. Guy, always a pleasure, as I said. I hope people will follow you on social media, as well as go to broadandliberty.com and read your stuff. It's always there. He's on Twitter X, though, at PA Suburbs Guy, at PA Suburbs Guy. Coach Wawa, I'm sure I've seen you at Wawa, even though we've never shook hands together. But I'm in a Wawa all the time, every week, somewhere. In a Wawa. I'm drinking a Wawa half and half lemonade right now as we speak. So
they'll see me tonight as Coach Guy. It's Little League tournament season, and the boys are getting ready for Williamsport, and the girls are getting ready for Greenville, North Carolina. So I am going to do a quick costume change into Coach Guy as we are in the we have to win to stay alive. And so very excited about tonight's game and very much excited to go back to the real world and coaching softball.
Go get him, Coach. We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks again.
There he goes. I'm taking a break. When we come back, we'll get back to the phones. We'll get your take on in the side question, which character, living or dead, real or fictional, is required to use their middle initial. We've got a long list already. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
America, wait, what's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile. If they really want to sell a lot of these, hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying it.
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 1:23 on this Wednesday afternoon. Mike Opelka in for my buddy Dom Giordano on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just a little update on something, and I am so happy about this. I really am so happy about this. The Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in upholding a Tennessee law which prohibits transgender drugs and surgeries for children. This is such a major win. This is such a gigantic win for common sense and for taking care of kids. The left is always saying, Nancy Pelosi is so fond of saying, for the children, we have to do this for the children. If one child is saved, finally we stop the madness of allowing children to be used as experimental drugs, as allowing children to be genitally mutilated. I'm so excited about this. I cannot tell you. It's about protecting kids. Look, if you're over 18 and you want to go get your schmangy cut off, good for you. God bless. but leave the kids alone. And this Supreme Court decision, I'm sure, is going to ripple across this country. For years and years and years, we've been screaming about this. Leave the children alone, you animals. It's so maddening. But this is a good sign. This is a good day. This is one of those rulings I've been waiting for the Supreme Court to come out with. The ban on Tennessee's ban on giving transgender drugs to kids and transgender surgeries. Leave the children alone. When they're of their majority, do it. It's a mental illness, mostly in the parents. God bless the Supreme Court today. I know I'm not supposed to be that involved in it, but this is just one of those things. Look, Sweden stopped doing this. The Scandinavian countries stopped giving kids gender surgery and puberty blockers, etc. It was screwing them up. And England stopped doing it last year. So finally, we're catching up. The Democrats always want to be like Europe, so good. I had to get that off my chest. All right, let's do a lightning round on the phones. Let us jump in. I got to take Don in Franconia first. Don in Franconia, welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. Don, how are you, sir?
Michael.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm good. How are you doing? We're trying to do a lightning round here, Don. Don, you gotta pick it up a little bit.
I just wanted to say something, but I'll skip right to the middle name. How about Harry S. Truman?
That's a good one, Harry S. Truman.
And the S stands for both his grandfathers.
Yeah, because I don't think he had a middle name, right? So he just put the S in there.
Yes, he did. That was it. Thank you.
But Don, you had one other issue you wanted to bring up real quickly. I'm good on that. You want to bring that up?
Yes. I want to refer back to the parade last Saturday. That was the Army parade for 250 years that they did on Trump's birthday, and all the hullabaloo that followed. I wonder if all that hullabaloo would have gone away if they had done it on a day other than Trump's birthday, number one. And number two, when I was 4.5 years old, the year was 1945, and I distinctly remember going to the Victory Parade for World War II, where they marched a lot of Army heavy equipment down the street, and I didn't see anybody too upset about it at that time.
You're so right, Don, and thank you for that point. I appreciate you for being there. Thank you. I want to back that up by telling anybody who says, hey, Donald Trump wanted this military parade, it was all for his ego. The U.S. Army filed for a permit to be granted for a grand parade for its 250 years in June of 2024. They filed for the permit last year. It was approved by Joe Biden's administration. So anybody who doesn't know the truth, they can bite me. I'm just saying, they can bite me. Let us grab Charles in the Northeast. Hey, Charles, welcome to the Dom Giordano Show.
Hey, Michael. Love to hear your voice.
God bless you for being here. Thank you, sir.
Alfred E. Newman.
Oh, Mad Magazine. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Henry, do you know Mad Magazine?
I am aware of it.
Okay.
I haven't read it, but I am aware.
I don't think they're printing it anymore, but that's a good one. What, me worry, Charles? Me worry? No.
I don't know what the E stood for, but it's always been Alfred E. Newman.
It has. That's a good one. Very good. I'm putting that one down there. Let's go to the great Earl of Tacony. I know Dom Giordano Show would be complete without a visit to the Earl of Tacony. Hello, Earl.
Hello, Mike. In the words of the Moody Blues, long time no see. Short time for you and me.
Well done. Well done. Nice reference. Thank you for being here.
And I know you like the old music references. Can I tie up the last half hour in a bow? Do I have time for that?
Sorry?
Can I tie up the last half hour with a bow? Is that okay?
Sure. No, you can't.
Saturday they had the No Kings rally. And the thing about a king is you can't disagree with the king or the king cut your head off.
Yeah.
Now, the Democrat Party is a school of fish. They all got to swim in the same direction. One little fish goes and swims out of the school, and they're like, hey, shark, go over and eat that guy. And it's like, well, wait, he's one of us. It's like, no, he's not swimming with the school. everybody has to swim in the same direction with the Democrat Party, or they let you get eaten. And the thing is with Fetterman has a stroke. He's there on stage saying, after morning, drooling down his shirt. And the Republicans are saying, I don't think Fetterman's right in the head. And the Democrats are saying, no, everything's fine. Fetterman goes into Congress, and he's wearing shorts and a sweatshirt. And the Republicans say, I don't think Fetterman's right in the head. And the Democrats are saying, sure, he's fine. Fetterman goes and says, Israel deserves autonomy and should defend himself. The Republicans say, I think Fetterman's fine. And the Democrats say, no, something's wrong with his head.
Isn't that funny how he swam away from the school and they've decided that he needs to have a visit from the shark. And that may be in the works, according to our friend Guy Shiraki. All right, real quick, Earl, because I got to hit a break. What is your middle name, person, or thing?
Well, somebody took my Paul Harvey answer, so I'm going to go with Homer J. Simpson. They actually dedicated an entire episode to what the J stands for in Homer J. Simpson. And when he went back to the since his father didn't know what it was, because it's women's work to name the kids, he went to the commune where she left after she left her husband, and on the wall there's a mural, and it says Homer J. Simpson, J-A-Y. So the J actually stands for J.
And now I know, and I thought I was a Simpsons fan. I did not know that. Earl, it's always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure.
I have to take a break. The number, of course, 855-839-1210. You want to weigh in on topic question. Are we doing enough in terms of Israel, or too much or too little? What do you think? And the side question, what is that person, real or fictional, living or dead, who has to have their middle initial when you mention them? It's Mike Opelka in for Dom on The Dom Show.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best, Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit FamilyJewelers.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
2 separate break-ins in North Philadelphia leave one man dead and another shot in the leg. Members of Philadelphia's teachers union vote to authorize a strike if they don't get a new contract by the end of August. And Iran is not backing down in the face of President Trump getting the U.S. directly involved in its conflict with Israel.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A heat advisory goes in effect today as a warm front pushes through the Delaware Valley, bringing a hot and humid air mass. Skies become partly sunny, chance for a late day shower storm with a high 88. Tonight a shower storm early, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 72. And Thursday partly sunny with some late day showers and storms. It'll be hot and humid with a high 92.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka sitting in for my buddy Dom Giordano, who will return on Friday on Dom Giordano Day. How great is that? You got your own day. And Dom will be back at Mulligan's at the Shore for a special live show. You should be there. You should get there early. You should get there at least an hour early. You scout out a good spot and be part of the festivities for the entire show. I'll be here today. And God willing, the rest of tomorrow. And then Dom returns, as I said, on Friday. Big day. All around the radio station, big day on Friday. Isn't Zioli down at Cape May?
Yeah.
Too?
No, everyone's down the beach this weekend, it seems like.
Except us.
Except us, yeah.
We're just so lonely. That's okay. I'm going to go see Zioli tonight because he's speechifying in Wilmington, Delaware at the North Newcastle County Republican organization. So I'm going to pop in there. I think I'm going to heckle him.
What else are you going to do? Listen to him speak? Bring tomatoes.
I will. Water balloons, please.
Oh,
it's a firehouse. He's speaking at they have this really cool banquet hall, and he'll be speechifying tonight. So I'm looking forward to that. And then, of course, as I said, Friday, big day, Dom, live at Mulligan's. I just saw this breaking news. Barron Trump, who really should get credit for helping push his dad across the finish line with so many younger voters. Barron Trump was the guy who was encouraging Donald J. Trump to go on those podcasts, like the Theo Vaughn podcast, and that made a big difference. Barron Trump, seen, I guess, as the ultimate influencer in the country. Barron Trump just added a song to his Spotify playlist that first came out in 1980. It's a lot older than Barron Trump. It's older than you, too, right, Henry?
Oh, by a long shot, yeah. Almost 2 decades.
Now, here's the... Oh, God, that makes you feel 1,000 years old. Shut up. You could have lied. No, I appreciate that. I get it. I understand it. But in 1980, when this song came out, I went to see this band perform because they were a famous bar band. They were a band that had been rocking and rolling all across the South. They were based out of New Orleans, Louisiana, and I was living in Houston, and it was 1980 the Iranians had taken over the American embassy and taken a bunch of our American citizens hostage and held them as Iran was in its revolutionary phase and going back to a theocracy with the Ayatollah. And so there was a lot of anti-Iranian sentiment in the country, if you can imagine. And a group called Vince Vance and the Valiants had a mild hit with a parody of a Beach Boys song. It's kind of rare that parodies hit and make money. And this one, it got up to, I don't think Casey Kasem ever had to count it down, but it did make it to number 33 on the Kmart Young People's Listening List.
Oh, of course.
Is Kmart still around? Are there any Kmarts left?
I doubt it. There might be like 3 tops.
I think they're being turned into like Amazon delivery warehouses where the trucks pull up and get all the stuff. They're like drop points or something. But yeah, in 1980, Vince Vance and the Valiants had a mid-chart hit, 33 on the Kmart Young People's Listening List. In case you haven't heard it, I'll give you a little taste of it, and you tell me whether or not you think it's appropriate.
Bum, 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 I ran. 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 What country's got a feeling really hit the ceiling? Bum, I ran. Bum, 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 I ran. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah, gonna put you in a box. Bum, I ran. Bum, bum.
And it goes on for another 2 minutes, and it was very clever at the time. And I got to admit, we were singing it in the streets of Houston way back when. Is it appropriate today? What was the word you used, Henry?
Macabre.
I do think it's a tad macabre.
Yeah.
And
we're talking about people dying, you know?
Would radio play that today?
No.
I don't think so. But the son of the president has it on his Spotify list as of today. I don't even know if Vince Vance and the Valiants are still. I don't know if Vince Vance is alive. He was leading kind of a very party lifestyle.
Yeah,
let's just say.
Well, you hit superstardom like that with such an iconic song.
Yeah,
Probably partied yourself to death. Yeah,
it was such a big hit. John McCain was singing it at campaign events and town hall rallies.
Oh man, could you imagine that today? Someone
Well,
coming out on stage with that song, like waving, like cheering. Hi, how's it going?
No, John McCain. Somebody asked John McCain in one of his town halls when he was Senator John McCain, and the guy certainly was a war hero. If you ever read the history of John McCain, my God, what he endured in Vietnam and what he chose to stand for with his men, because they said, hey, you're an officer, we can release you. And he said, no, I'm not leaving my men. You got to honor John McCain every single day, every single moment. But he walked out on stage and the guy asked a question about, hey, when are we going to go after Iran? And he said, that song, bomb, 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 Iran. And the media lost it. They actually went after him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so it's tough. But Vince Vance and the Valiants, I don't know if it's ever going to be considered appropriate to play ever again, but it certainly did. Like I said, Casey Kasem, we're up to number 33 on the Kmart Young People's Listening List.
Speaking of Kmart, I did look up how many are left. Do you have a guess as to how many there are?
22.
Yeah, it's way, way under that. There is one Kmart location remaining in the continental United States. It's a smaller store in Miami. But there's 4 other Kmarts in the U.S. territories, 3 being in the U.S. Virgin Islands and 1 in Guam. So,
well, if we put a second one in Guam, wouldn't it tip over?
It just might.
It might. That's what I heard. You put there's Hey, Johnson, what a dolt. So there's where is the one
my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
Capsize. Yeah, Hank Johnson, what a dolt. An absolute dolt. But the people of I think it's the 15th district in Georgia, keep electing him. You get what you pay for, people. All right, let's. Do we have time to do a couple of quick calls here? Because
Yeah.
people are calling in with
Yeah,
their
one or two.
suggestions as to who is known by that middle initial. You always have to use their middle initial. Let's go to Dave in Doylestown. Dave in Doylestown. How are you, Dave?
Good, Mike. When Bob Denver, who starred as Gilligan on Gilligan's Island, before that he played on a TV series called The Dobie Gillis Show, and he was a beatnik. And his name was Maynard G. Krebs.
Wow. And I will tell you, it was an iconic character because he was, in fact, a beatnik. Maynard G. Krebs.
First time I ever knew what a beatnik was.
Do you remember the girl that was kind of also like a beatnik on the show? Maybe she was TV's first lesbian character?
Yeah. Yes. Well, there's a lot of good characters on that show. From the lady banker secretary from the Beverly Hillbillies. She was a school teacher on that show.
Nancy Culp, who played Jane Hathaway on the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yes, she was on Dobie Gillis Show too.
And so was who's Shirley MacLaine's brother, Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty played a rich kid on the Dobie Gillis Show.
Well,
the many loves.
Who's the guy? What's his name?
Which one?
What was his first name? Who's the guy that Mark Levin talking about? Rush Limbaugh referred to what's his name? He's the guy he's got to talk. He was on Fox and he got fired.
Well, that covers a lot of ground.
Well, he's talking. He's anti-Israel now and all this kind of crap.
Not Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson looks just like the millionaire kid from the Dobie Gillis Show. You have the guy that played him. If you do it, and Rush Limbaugh, I forget the guy's first name. It was like I forget the name of it. His first name, but that's
we're talking about Warren Beatty. I just mentioned Warren Beatty.
Not Warren Beatty. We're talking about he played the millionaire kid on the Dobie. It wasn't Warren Beatty.
Well, we're both guilty here of Dave of being brain fart radio here. We're both having brain fart moments. So I'm going to take a break and we're going to figure out who it is. We'll get back to the phones. Thank you, though. Maynard G. Krebs is another character out there. A lot of politicians apparently had that middle initial thing, and we'll get back to the list as well. And I have a couple more updates on some of the crazy stories that are breaking as we speak. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on The Dom Show.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Now, recently I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist for a long time, said, "Hey, Joyce, you need dentures." Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were not for her. She called and set an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team and is happy he has that cutting-edge technology, diagnostic skill, and a lot of confidence to get this done. She's very happy with her dental implants. You'll get the same expertise, great staff. Just call Dr. Bentz, get that initial evaluation, get on the road to great dental health and a smile that you've always wanted. My dentist for 10 years, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is 1:51. Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on the Dom Giordano Show today. I'll be here tomorrow as well, God willing. And then Friday, you better be ready. It's Dom Giordano Day. And, of course, at Mulligan's on the shore. So you got to make sure you're there. You got to make sure you're down there early. You don't want to be outside when everything starts. You want to be inside. You want your butt on a chair. You want to be ready to be part of it. So get down there early, make plans. I'm so happy for Dom. I don't have a day named after me. Henry, do you have a day named after you?
No, not yet.
So you're actually kind of hopeful?
I mean, you got to have that in the back of your mind, I guess, Got to strive for something in this life. Why not a day named after you?
See, I don't want that.
No?
No, I just want, and I don't think I'm coming back. My wife and I have talked about reincarnation. I think I'm one and done. I really do.
Yeah, so wouldn't you want your name to live on, echo in eternity some way, somehow?
No. No, I don't. I'd like to erase all the pictures, too. I'm just glad there were no cell phones when I was in college.
Because that clear history button.
Yeah, clear. That's what I would like. Clear history. Clear history immediately. We put out some questions today. The side question today, of course, is kind of interesting. Are we collecting the list, Henry? Are you doing that so we can put them in the hat?
I've been compiling, yeah.
Because there have been some really good suggestions for people who have a middle initial that has to be said with their name. Is Joe still with us in Bordentown?
Yes, he is.
Well, let's talk to Joe. Hello, Joe. Welcome to the Dom Show with Opelka.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello, Michael and
How you
Henry.
doing?
Hey, Joe.
Okay. Mine is William H. Macy, and he has to use the H because the actor that played Maud's husband on Maud was named William Macy.
That's true. And William Macy, also a fine actor, because a lot of people don't give him credit. William H. Macy is an incredible actor. But the guy that was Maud's husband, he was also, I think he was in that movie, My Favorite Year. Did you ever see that?
I think I did, yes.
Peter O'Toole, the late, great Peter O'Toole.
Yeah.
I think William Macy is no longer with us either. I think William H. Macy is still with us.
He is.
Oh,
and I'm
certainly is.
He's good.
William Macy died in 2019.
I love how educated this audience
Yeah,
is. You guys,
seriously, that was quick.
you guys, that was like
by
instant.
the way, his middle name, the H stands for Hall, Hall.
William Hall Macy. A lot of people do the other thing. They drop the first name and they go by their middle name, but with the initial, like H. Ross Perot. Ross Perot, he had an H as the first, he had the first initial. It was H. Ross Perot.
That's a whole other side question.
Yeah, maybe that's tomorrow's question. I don't know. We'll see.
And there's another, Mike, there's another thing. Michael Douglas and Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton's actual name is Michael Douglas. He had to change it to Keaton.
See, that's like did we ever look it up, Henry, the David Bowie and Davy Jones thing?
No, I'm doing it right now.
I think David Bowie's name was David Jones. And because
Yes,
the Monkees were already popular in America, David Jones had to change his name to David Bowie. I think that's how that worked out. Thank you, Joe.
Correct.
That's excellent work. The Vast and Unpaid Resource Department comes through again. We appreciate it.
Yeah, David Bowie, born David Robert Jones.
There you go. And because the Monkees were already a thing here, David Bowie had to become David Bowie.
Yep.
Kind of cool. I wonder if their families get mad. Why'd you drop the last name? Because that stupid guy in the Monkees had it. I had to give that up. Let's squeeze one more in here. Ed in Delran joining us. Hello, Ed. I missed you, brother.
Pelka's back, and he's keeping us on track, baby.
Trying. I'm trying.
Hey, listen, I got one for you, and you and me discussed this one time when I was on the way to Wildwood with my oldest son, and I'm going to give it to you, and you're going to say, yeah, I remember this. J.R. Ewing from Dallas. I'll never forget it. And you talked about it with me before.
Well, see, I'm talking about middle initials only, and not the people that just go like everybody, because it was Who Shot JR, it was the whole thing. We're thinking about that middle initial thing, the people who have to have their middle initial in there, like Dwight D. Eisenhower, President Dwight D. Eisenhower. You had to have that middle initial in there, otherwise people are like,
All
I
right.
guess we'll.
I'll give you another one. Franklin D. Roosevelt. How's that sound?
Somebody came up with FDR earlier. We had an FDR and a JFK era. That's a good one, but that is a very good one. Very valid. I like that. But we've got so many. Well, Ed, I so appreciate
I want to declare Michael Opelka Day down North Wildwood.
No, you can't do that. You can't. We're not taking Dom's day away from him. I would have to be in some. I would have to be in some south side of Chicago dive bar. That they'll give me.
No, how about a different day? Not his day. We need your day down there.
I don't want a day. That's too much pressure. Next thing there'll be a stamp, and if there's a stamp, then people are going to want to put it on the back of a letter or something. I just no.
Hey, what about when Elvis died? All those people put the wrong address on an envelope so it would come back and say "Return to sender."
I did not realize that. How clever is that? I love that. Well done, Ed.
I knew you would. Hey, I'm an Elvis fan to this day.
Well, all I can say is thank you very much. We have to take a break.
You're welcome.
I love you, Ed. You're the best. It's Michael Opelka for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive!
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is 2:02 on this Wednesday. Mike Opelka in for my buddy Dom Giordano. Dom returns on Friday, of course, as we are celebrating. I don't know why it's not a holiday. I guess because Juneteenth is officially a holiday, and a lot of people have tomorrow off. But Dom Giordano Day down at the shore at Mulligan's. So Dom will return for his day. And I'm thinking that'd be a good thing for you to attend, that you should be there. You should make a point of going there. Just extend it. You know, anybody who's taking Juneteenth off, just make it take the Dom Giordano option too. So then you get a 4-day weekend, not just a 3-day weekend. That would be great. But absolutely great. Question this hour and throughout the show, we've been asking the side question, of course, is what is that one name, either real or fictional character or person, actual person, living or dead, that you have to have their middle initial when you talk about them? And we've had some really good ones today. Some really good ones. let's take a couple calls, and I want to get into something that troubled me yesterday. Let's talk to Robert in Ben Salem. Hello, Robert.
Hey, Mike, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. You asked earlier. You said something about the Democrats trying to come up with a disruptor candidate.
Yeah.
And I kind of laugh at that because the only thing that they could possibly want to disrupt would be the Republican Party, and Trump already beat them to it. He was the first disruptor. He's already fixed or in the process of fixing the Republican Party, which is one of the reasons I came back home. As far as I'm going to skip the other stuff on Iran because I know you're pressed for time, and I'll get right to my side answer. I'm going to go with William T. Sherman. He was the Union General. The T stood for Tecumseh, who was a famous Shawnee chief. And since Grant was going down the Mississippi towards Vicksburg and they were fighting Lee along the Mason-Dixon line, they just had Sherman blaze a 50-mile wide path of destruction across the South, ending in Savannah. So he was probably one of the most consequential, if ruthless, generals that we had. But that's my answer for today, and I'm loving the show, and I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, thank you, brother. It's my honor to be here to keep Dom's microphone hot. But now you're bringing it up, Robert. William T. Sherman, William Tecumseh Sherman. We also have to say, you mentioned it, Ulysses S. Grant. There's another one right there.
I tried to avoid that because I'm hearing a couple answers I was considering being used, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But you guys have a great day.
Thank you. And
Take care,
while
Mike.
Robert's rolling off into the afternoon there, the other name from the same era across the aisle fighting from William Tecumseh Sherman and Ulysses S. Grant was General Robert E. Lee. So that the Civil War was rich with those. I didn't realize.
Yeah, what's with that?
What is with that? Who are these people with their middle initials?
They always call like historical figures by their middle initials, and then it seems that like people who commit like horrible like attacks or atrocities use their full name, like first, middle, and last.
They always have like a weird middle name.
John Wilkes Booth.
James, what was Gacy's? John Wayne Gacy. Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. That was weird, very weird. But let's not forget. So we had the Civil War era right there, and we had Dwight David Eisenhower, Dwight D. Eisenhower. That was one. And Joe from Exton has been hanging on. Joe's probably got one. Joe, welcome, sir.
Yes, hello, Michael, and good afternoon. For my side answer. In the late 1950s, there was a children's program on Saturday mornings called The Howdy Doody Show. And one of the characters on this show went by the name of Phineas T. Bluster.
I barely remember the Howdy Doody Show, and what was Phineas T. Bluster, or what kind of character?
Well, I don't remember. Because the puppeteer, I forget his name, he would always joke around with the clown called Clarabelle.
I remember Clarabelle the clown, and the other thing that's about the Howdy Doody Show, Joe, if I remember correctly, they want to cancel a portion of it now because the Peanut Gallery, we're not allowed to say that anymore. Is that right? I think that's right.
Well, yeah, the Peanut Gallery referred to the kids who were there in the on stage.
Yeah, I remember that we were told that was the audience. My dad always referenced whenever we'd mouth off, he'd say, "I don't want to hear anything out of the Peanut Gallery." And then we were told, and Henry, you can verify this. The Peanut Gallery now had some kind of racial component to it in the last couple of years.
I feel like you always bring those up to me, and I've never heard anything like that.
Well, have you used the Google machine on it yet?
No, I haven't.
Because we're not allowed to. There were so many words that we weren't allowed to say, and now all of a sudden everything's coming back again, and we're allowed to say stuff. I don't think we can tard again, though. We're not allowed to tard over and over again, are we?
Oh man.
I know.
It's looking like it is sometimes considered a racial slur because those refer to the cheap seats in the back, and those are typically reserved for black patrons.
See, my dad always said whenever we'd mouth off, no comments from the peanut gallery. So I always thought it was for the us kids. And then he would say the cheap seats. It's one of those weird things. But who knows? Who knows? All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much on that. I want to bring up something, and I was exchanging messages with Dom about this yesterday. The situation in Minnesota over the weekend where the horrific assassination happened of the two members of the Minnesota state legislature, and then the two others, the two that were assassinated and died, and the two that were shot and survived. That reminded me of something because we started hearing all kinds of comments from mostly members of the far left about violence in this country and violence against politicians. And I'm going back like 2 or 3 years ago. And Henry, I don't know if you remember this. Dom remembered it vaguely. There was a time, and I think it was the summertime because I was walking on the beach when I was listening to Dom on the radio, when the members of Congress were discussing creating a new kind of security force along the lines of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service protects the president, his family, the vice president, his family. Many of the cabinet members get some form of Secret Service protection, but members of Congress traditionally don't. I think the Speaker of the House does get some Secret Service, and I believe the Senate Majority Leader may get that. But generally, it stops at the president. And the members of Congress were saying, especially after, I think it was after the January 6th riot, that we need protection for members of Congress, and they wanted to fund this. And when Dom was talking about it, he talked about it saying that they were going to put a security force in the district of every member of the House. You're going to have a staff in an office, a security staff for every House member, and then wherever a senator had their offices outside of D.C., they would have to have security there. And if you start to think about this, we would have now a gigantic secondary security force that would have to be privately funded. And I remember walking on the beach listening to Dom and kind of yelling at the sand, no, we're not creating a class of protected individuals. Our elected officials, yes, they should feel safe from any kind of crime, just as every American should feel safe. But I don't want to create another security force within the country that is then going to be this protection circle around every member of Congress. That's just going to be an expense that we don't need, we shouldn't have. And I wonder, would we need it if we had people that weren't crazy, that were elected? Would we need to have a private security force for members of Congress, House, and the Senate if we didn't have crazy people like Ilhan Omar talking like she was yesterday?
To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
Is there anyone in Congress more irritating than Ilhan Omar? I really mean that. It's a very interesting question. Maybe that's tomorrow's side question. Is there anyone more irritating? And what does that speech affect? That whenever she talks, it's almost like she's got this guttural rage coming out. And she's listen to the very beginning. Did you catch that, Henry? At the very beginning?
Let me hear it.
Okay.
To have.
What is that? It's like some kind of alien is making a sound.
To have.
I'm not sure what that is.
The anger trying to escape. She just wants to let it punch, but I got to hold myself back. I'm on TV.
There's an incredible book about her by my buddy Benjamin Weingarten, who you've probably seen on Newsmax a lot lately. Ben wrote a book about her called American Ingrate. She was brought to this country when she was 8 years old and given everything. We gave Ilhan Omar and her family everything. And now she calls us one of the worst countries. One of the worst countries. We still don't know if she married her brother. I would love to know that. I would love to get the actual answer on that. I would love it. I know there's been a massive hearing today in the Senate about Joe Biden's brain. And then the Democrats actually walked out of the hearing. They wouldn't show up. They wouldn't attend. They said, no, we're not going to be there for that. Dick Durbin, the appropriately named Dick Durbin from Illinois, and the Democrats, they decided they were going to ditch the hearing.
Instead of exercising this constitutional oversight duty, my Republican colleagues are holding this hearing. Apparently, armchair diagnosing former President Biden is more important than the issues of grave concern.
Yeah, well, we do want to find out what the hell happened, who was in charge. We really do. Senator Eric Schmidt, a good Midwestern guy, was talking about the hearing that the Democrats all walked out of and they wouldn't let anybody testify.
The title of the hearing, Unfit to Serve, captures a sobering and undeniable truth. President Biden was mentally unfit to carry out the responsibilities of the most powerful office in the world.
Bingo.
Given his mental incapacity, the American people deserve to know who was running the country the last 4 years. Under President Biden, the auto pen became a troubling symbol, a symbol of an absentee president and an executive branch directed by nameless, faceless aides that no one outside of Washington, D.C. had ever heard of and no one ever voted for.
It's so true. And for people that are saying, why do we care? I think we care. There were some pretty consequential auto pen signatures on some pretty important documents. And I hope we get to the bottom of it. I don't know if we will. As it relates to the idea to create yet another police force within this country, the budget would be ridiculous. We don't need it. If Democrats would just stop their violent rhetoric, I think everything would be much better. You need me to replay Chuck Schumer saying, I'm telling you, Gorsuch, I'm telling you, Kavanaugh, you have unleashed hell. The whirlwind. He didn't say hell. If he did it, he would have been charged with something. But yeah, we don't need another Secret Service bigger than the current Secret Service because you have 535 members of Congress. You would need 535 different teams in all those locations. It would be a gigantic expense. Just saying. They do get, the congressmen and women and the senators, they do get an allowance for security for themselves. But this would be 20,000 times that, easily. Just saying. All right, it is 16 minutes after 2 o'clock. Don't we have to do that thing here, Henry?
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Well, yes, we do, Mike. It is time for Dom's Money Melody today. Today we'll be playing for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see this summer's high-octane, action-packed ultimate underdog story, F1 the Movie, starring Brad Pitt as Formula One racing hero Sonny Hayes. Only in
Can
theaters.
my wife win? She's like, Brad Pitt comes on the screen, nothing else is happening in the room.
I suppose she could play. I mean, if she was listening right now, I mean, feel free to call in 855-839-1210. This is only in theaters and IMAX on June 27th from Warner Brothers Pictures. Yeah, so today, Mike, we are asking on the side question, that all-time famous person who has that middle initial in their name, you know? So today I'm going to play you a wildly successful person who has that middle initial in their name. This person has 9 Grammy Awards, a Primetime Emmy, 4 AMA Awards, as well as 2 Academy Awards for or Academy Award nominations for a supporting role in a 2017 movie and for creating a song in that movie. I'm purposely not using the sex here of the person because I think it'll give it away once you hear it. But I'm going to play this person with a very famous middle initial covering Led Zeppelin. I want to know the name of this artist. Yeah, Mike, really powerful voice there.
It's Madonna, right?
I don't know. Does Madonna go by her middle initial?
Madonna? No?
No, not quite Madonna, no. All right, so yeah.
Did you just take that, Madonna?
Not taking that. Not take that. All right, I got to hit the
I don't know
buzzer
what
for
happened.
that one.
Did I lose you, Henry?
Oh, all right. Mike
Feels like
can't
I
hear me.
lost you.
All right. I'm going to take us out anyway. Mike can't hear us. 855-839-1210.
You can take it to break.
Yeah, we'll take it to
figure it
break
out.
here. All right. This is the Dom Giordano Show.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's.
I'm here.
At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services,
So
to
we should be back.
opportunities, making your education journey
Yeah,
flexible,
solid. I don't know what
fast,
happened.
and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Mike, you ready to hear that Money Melody answer again?
I am, because I thought it was Madonna, but
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong.
You thought it was Madonna and also dropped off right in the middle of the segment. You know, go figure there. All right, let's hear this clue again.
All right.
Any second guesses besides
I
Madonna?
think I know the band. I was thinking it was Heart.
No, it is not Heart, and I'll say that much. This this name centers around that middle initial for sure.
I'm totally lost because Heart also did Stairway to Heaven. It's kind of epic, but now they become real haters of Donald Trump.
Yeah. So all right, let's go to our callers here. First, we're gonna go to Rick in Hatfield. Rick, who is singing Stairway to Heaven here?
You guys got me. I thought it was Ann Wilson of Heart also.
Yeah. See, it sounds a lot like the Heart version.
Yeah, man. Yeah, better luck next time. Let me give a little hint about this person. This person is commonly referred to as the queen of R&B and the queen of hip hop soul. If that helps. Let's go to our next one. Craig in Flemington. Craig, do you know the answer here?
Oh, I know. Now.
I think I do it. I didn't need those 2 hints. Mary J. Blige.
Bang, yeah. Mary J. Yeah, you're even today's winner, Craig. Congratulations. I'll put you on hold.
Thanks. Yep. Can I give an answer for
Sure,
the first
let's
one?
hear it. Yeah.
I don't know if it was said or not. I was in my car driving, but Alfred E. Newman.
You wouldn't believe how popular that answer is today.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, yeah. No, it's a great answer nonetheless. All right, I'll put you on hold here.
That's well done. Well done. Thank you, Craig. That was pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I did not know Mary J. was that cool. I'm thinking about getting crunk up in the club. That's all I think.
No, very, very talented singer as well as an actress. Yeah, she's really done it all.
Wow. You surprised me. I see Dan always comes up with these really unusual, obscure things for Dom's Money Melody every day. And it's another one of those things. I tune in to the Dom Giordano show, not just for the discourse and the discussions, but for the Dom's Money Melody.
Of course.
So that was a good pick. I have not. Is that out there? Was that released as a single?
I think this is released as professional music by the Universal Music Group. Yeah, Stairway to Heaven released in 2010.
I'm very surprised. Yeah. Because I don't think I see it sounds so much like Heart. Are you sure that's Mary J? Not that
I'm looking at it right now. It's posted on Mary J. Blige's page. It's a picture of Mary J. Blige on the on the YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But if you were to put Mary J. Blige Stairway to Heaven up against Mary J. Blige singing about getting crunk up in the club, we don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. It sounds like those are two different people.
Yeah, no, I think that could be argued for sure. But I think that shows how, wide range of talent she has.
I'm stunned. I'm also dubious. Call me dubious, Mr. Dubious. I know. A couple other things we have to get to today. I know we have to take a break here shortly, and we will continue all the way up until the Zeoli show just around the corner. It's Mike Opelka. I know you haven't heard from me in a while because I've been busy elsewhere, but I'm thrilled and honored to be back helping out for Dom Giordano on his show, and occasionally for Rich Zeoli whenever he needs me to sit in on his show, and trying to cover everything. The president today was kind of doing informal press conference stuff, which is I really love that about Donald John Trump. He's capable of taking on the press at any moment without having to have a teleprompter by his side. And today was one such day as he was presiding over the installation of the two big, beautiful flagpoles that he paid for at the White House. I guess those are going to have his name on them now going forward. I'm surprised they're not gold, though. I'm very surprised. We'll play you some of the things that were said at the impromptu, informal press conference just around the corner. But also a quick update. Are you flying anywhere, Henry, in the very near future?
Yeah, in about a month or so.
And what kind of cell phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Okay, good. I was going to say the FAA has banned the Samsung Galaxy 7 phone. You're not allowed to take it on a plane.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Because it'll blow up?
Either blow up or catch fire. It's just two small problems.
Slight problems for a plane, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't understand how it got this far, but your phone is on the no-fly list. Huh. You can get on the plane, but your phone is on the no-fly list.
If my phone is the real ID, can't get on a plane.
Yeah, I guess I wonder how does it get this far that they can sell it, and yet the FAA says no, you can't bring it on a plane because it could blow up. Gee, bad idea. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, I'll get to the details on Donald Trump's kind of informal press conference. If you have a thought on the side question, a character or actual person who has to have their middle initial used whenever they are brought up, that's the side question, 855-839-1210. It's Opelka in for Giordano on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. Summer is here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you'll have to be there in person to vote. Plus the Elvis debate with Linda Kearns. And it's Dom Giordano Day. Scott Presler joins us too. Join the fun food and drink at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you this Friday, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
Thunderstorms during the early evening hours, then partly cloudy overnight. Tomorrow it's going to be a hot one, 91 degrees with some severe thunderstorms expected later in the day. And then once they clear out of here, it'll be partly cloudy overnight with a low in the 60s.
Where there's a Wispas, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
That's Mary J. I know that's the Mary J. No, not the Stairway to Heaven, Mary J.
Oh, yeah.
Take us to church, Mary J. I like it. I like it a lot. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I mentioned the president was outside the White House today, went out through the Rose Garden exit to watch the crew that was putting up the new flagpole that he was paying for. And there was a little media gaggle, not the full-on press gaggle. They have a little White House gaggle that follows them around. And then they feed it to everybody else. They feed the pool feed to everybody. And they were watching the president, asking a few questions. And I just love it when he turns on the media. Most of the ones who are on the conservative side of things can handle a little bit of the ribbing. It's the ones on the left who will go cry to their news directors.
And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work. These are real people. You're not real people. Your job is too easy. Okay? That's one around the...
Yeah, this job is, your job is too easy. These are real people. When they're working here, the media's, they're just like, okay, please stop. But they did get some questions to the president. They were asking about the situation between Israel and Iran, and are we going to be helping Israel?
Some of the people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're looking for a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Right. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people and they'd be a terror all over the world.
He's right. The president is actually 1,000% right on this. Do you trust Iran with nuclear weapons? No, nobody should. But how much do we do? How much are we going to jump in and take action. There was a question about the reigniting of negotiations with Iran. The president, again, this is in front of all the guys with the hard hats and the yellow vests on who were putting up the 2 giant flagpoles at the White House today.
About whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir?
I love it when he gets sarcastic. Goes, you don't expect me to answer that question. You get one question for the president. You ask him something that's going to be obviously classified. You're adult. But he tries to be polite.
Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate.
I love the fact that President Trump, who has told us he doesn't like wars, he wants to get America out of endless wars, and I know he's being torn on this one. We have to stop the cycle of endless wars, not just for the loss of human life, which of course is the most important thing, but the cost and what it takes away from what we should be doing here in America. The reporter did ask a question, though, a good question, finally.
And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit, that first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night, yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Really, nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out?
I love the fact that he went after the Federal Reserve Chairman Powell, saying, you're too late. You're too late on everything. And he really gave it to him. Really shot him right there. There were several mini rants from the president about the Fed chair giving him the business, as they say. But the president has, when it comes to wars, especially, he has been talking about this forever and ever and ever. In 2007, President Trump was on CNN with Wolf Blitzer talking about this. He was talking about how we shouldn't be there. 2007. Long before coming down the escalator, long before. And in case you missed it, it was about the human cost. It wasn't about the monetary cost of war. It was about the cost to humanity. President Donald Trump, in case you don't remember it, this is that back and forth with a much younger Wolf Blitzer, who also appeared to be much more coherent.
So, I mean, this is a total catastrophe, and you might as well get out now because you're just wasting time and lives. Nobody talks about the soldiers that are coming back with no arms and no legs. And I saw at Mar-a-Lago on Mondays, I make Mar-a-Lago my club that you know about.
In Palm Beach.
I make that twice now. On a Monday, I let returning Iraqi injured soldiers come to the premises. The most beautiful people I've ever seen, but they're missing arms and legs. They're with their wives. Sometimes they're with their girlfriends, and the tears are coming down the faces of these people. I mean, the thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands, and the Iraqis that have been just maimed and killed. This war is a horrible thing. Now, President Bush says he's religious, and yet 400,000 people, the way I count it, have died, and probably millions have been badly maimed and injured. What's going on?
President Trump has been anti-war forever. But that doesn't mean he's afraid to strike back in order to protect this country. And I think that's part of the reason why we have this dilemma going on right now, that there is a discussion between the president, his cabinet, the meeting that happened in the Situation Room yesterday, and they're trying to figure out how much. How much do we support Israel? How much do we put American men and women at risk on this? So I think we're going to know. I also believe President Trump earlier this week said, pay attention to Thursday. Tomorrow, I think, is a critical day. I do believe that's it. Pay attention to Thursday. He said, Donald Trump said he gave Iran the ultimate ultimatum. So they've gotten the ultimate ultimatum. That's the last word out of D.C. And we'll see what happens on this. I know Ambassador Mike Huckabee, as the guy who's now our ambassador to Israel, has told American citizens wanting to leave Israel that the country is working on evacuation flights and cruise ship departures. And you have to, if you have a relative who's currently there. I know Zioli was almost on his way to Israel in the next couple of weeks. And now that trip has been put off, obviously. I wouldn't want to go there myself. But if you are in Israel, have family members in Israel, you have to register now with the embassy because they're getting people out. That, I think, is why we are not yet taking action, because it looks like we're trying to make sure we get all of our people out of the way and make sure we have all of our American precious blood out of the way. Just one of those things. It's time for us to go back to the phones. Let's do a little bit more with our side question today. Susan in Ambler joining us. Hello, Susan. Welcome to the Dom Giordano Show.
Hello.
How are you, Susan?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I wanted to tell you that you are one of the best. I just love listening to you.
Oh,
but
thank you.
I have a name, with the initial.
Okay.
John B. Kelly. He was the bricklayer, and his daughter was Grace Kelly, one of the most beautiful girls in our country. And he lived in Roxborough, and he had a brick house, a big red brick single home. And I know we used to go see our relatives, and we passed their house all the time. He was into the bricks, the red brick. John B. Kelly, and his daughter was Grace Kelly. She was the most beautiful girl that you could ever look at.
She was a beauty. She ended up becoming a princess, really, when you think about it. She had the dream life, didn't she? Did the B stand for brick? Maybe, Susan?
Yeah, that I don't know. But I know we used to go see my relatives that lived in Roxborough, and we always used to pass their house. He had a big single home, and it was all red brick, a lot of land, and it was red brick, and the daughter, and they all went to my brother-in-law's church that was in Roxborough. They all went to the same church and that my brother-in-law went to. So that was kind of nice. My brother-in-law was kind of thrilled over
That's
that.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, Grace Kelly. She was so pretty.
A stunner. You're not going to get an argument from me, Susan. Thank you for being there. I appreciate you. Let us go to Vince in South Philly. Hello, Vince. Welcome to 1210.
Hey, Michael. Good afternoon. I was going to say, if you remember the Brady Bunch shows, the woman who played Alice, her real life name was Ann B. Davis.
That's right. Ann B. Davis, that's another one, another famous person in Hollywood who had the middle initial, and she eventually became, I think, a minister. Yeah, Ann B. Davis. That's a good one.
The show, she was,
That's a good one. Well done, Vince.
Anyway,
Appreciate you. Well done, sir.
Take care.
Thank you. Let's check in with Frank in South Philly. Hello, Frank. Welcome, sir.
Michael, good afternoon. How you doing today?
Well, you tell me. Am I holding up the fine standards of the Dom Giordano Show?
You're doing well there, Michael. Hey, listen, the lady that just mentioned Kelly, brickwork. My father-in-law worked for that company for 35 years as a bricklayer and that's running jobs. Joseph Campagna, and then so they closed up. They closed up the brick. Kelly closed up, and he started working for my Uncle Frank, which was a general contractor down here in Philadelphia. Did a lot of work for the guy I'm going to mention, the Honorable Frank L. Mayor Frank L. Rizzo, which had an L in the middle of his name. And we're still trying to get the Frank Rizzo statue back here in South Philadelphia. They're having meetings in regards to that, Michael.
Oh, that's amazing. I think of Frank Rizzo. What do I think of?
You're a crumb creep.
Is that what we all think of?
Well, Michael, I can only think of two creeps that you just played that. One is Krasner, and the other one is Biden, President Biden, the ex-president, which kind of almost destroyed our country, divide and conquered our country between the border and all the wars that was left to President Trump.
Yeah,
and
thank God.
by the way,
yes, sir.
Friday's gravy and sauce. I'm one of the judges down here.
No way. No way.
Yes.
Are you really?
Yes, we make our own. We do our own gravy here in South Philadelphia. Me and my wife and a couple of friends of ours. I'm going to bring a few jars down here so they can heat it up and taste it a little bit. But I can't be a contestant because I want to win the whole thing because our gravy's the best. You know?
I love that, Frank.
We jar 12 cases every year. 10,
Wow.
12, 15 cases every year. Me and a few friends of ours.
And you do it.
I'll be down there with about 15 friends though down here.
Oh, that's great. That's Friday at Mulligan's down the shore. And Wildwood, you got to get there early so you get room and maybe get a taste of Frank's gravy. That would be great. Now, Frank, you know what Rizzo would say to you at this point, right?
What's that?
Get away from me, you crumb.
You got to.
I love it. I love it. But I like to be in person to tell Krasner that I went to one of his meeting or what do you call it down here in Second and Arch, I think it was, and I didn't get the opportunity to tell him that because they stopped taking questions. You know,
Well,
so
we'll tell him next time. But I got to rock and roll, Frank. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Special message to Larry Krasner.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man. Okay? You're a crumb creep.
It's Mike Opelka stepping aside. When we come back, we'll figure out who's the best of all the side question answers. We'll wrap up today's edition of The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
2:53, Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano, who will be in Wildwood at Mulligan's at the Shore on Friday for Dom Giordano Day. You should be there. Live show. It's going to be a lot of fun. A whole lot of fun. And I'll be in tomorrow as Dom gets ready for that big show. But we've had a lot of fun today with this question, the side question. Name a person or character, living or dead, real or otherwise, whose name has to be said using the middle initials. Some of the finalists in my head, Henry, are Wile E. Coyote. I like that one from Joe in Columbus. I also appreciated Harry S. Truman because S really didn't mean anything. Homer J. Simpson's. You're always going to win with me and Homer J. Simpson. But we should get a couple others in here, and then we'll hear yours as well. Let's check in with Ted in King of Prussia. Hey, Ted, welcome.
Hi there. I have Edward G. Robinson.
Yeah, see? Edward G. Robinson.
Yes, his birth name was Emmanuel Goldenberg, and he used the G as Goldenberg. It meant nothing but his last name.
That's good. I'm going to put it in the list here. Let's go to Robert in Percy. Robert, this is a late entry, but it just might take the prize today. I don't know.
How you doing? Hey, great job there, Mike. My entry would be, my father always said this out loud, always when he was yelling at me, Jesus H. Christ.
I know we're not supposed to laugh at that, but I heard it from my father. I may have said it myself, and I always asked my dad, what does the H stand for? And he said, holy. Holy.
I have no idea that's what it was for.
We got to go. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. All right, Henry, who wins it? You get to pick.
Oh, I get to pick? Well, I thought it was Susan Ambler's answer, John B. Kelly. I like learning something. And father of Grace Kelly was a nice bricklayer here in the city of Philadelphia.
Well done. Yeah. I can support that. Let's go with it. Put him in the hat.
Let's do it.
And we'll do it again tomorrow. Zioli's up. Zioli's in the blocks, ready to take off. It's Mike Opelka reminding you, be here tomorrow. And testudo, my friends. Testudo.
Patrick was way behind on his IR.